Hello guys, welcome back to another tutorial. Hit the bell icon button so that you don't miss out any tutorial.
Hello and welcome to the Ethical Hacking and Penetration Testing course brought to you by Eduonix. This is Chapter 1, Introduction to Ethical Hacking and Pen Testing. So these are the topics that we're going to be covering. What is ethical hacking, types of hackers, hacktivism, computer crimes and legalities, penetration testing and types, and some practical environment setups as well. They're known as white hat hackers. They are trusted security experts with the knowledge and skills to be able to employ strategies of someone who would have criminal intent. Hacking can be ethical if you have permission to probe/attack the network. There is respect in terms of privacy. You only perform actions needed for the test. You don't kind of go off on a tangent if you find one particular hole in that leads to another system. You don't go and explore it unless that's already been discussed. You must report all security issues, no matter how small. It's very important that they're reported to the correct person as well. If you were to report, say, 10 vulnerabilities to your chief operating officer, chances are you wouldn't know what to do with them. You need to report it to your chief technical officer, who would have the knowledge and the skills, or even the staff, to be able to delegate the work to fix these things. Ethical hackers they're more than penetration testers. Ethical hacking is a very expansive term which deals with many different hacking and attacking techniques to find security flaws within a system. The aim is to prove the security on the target system, and a penetration tester is a subset of ethical hacking. If you think of a penetration tester, somebody who will concentrate on one particular thing. They'll see a server, they will find vulnerabilities in it, they will attack it, and they will gain access to it. An ethical hacker could give feedback beyond that remit. They could give some practical code feedback before the hack. They could even in terms of kind of social engineering and things, they could be the guy dressed as a postman trying to get in the front door and ask the receptionist what the Wi-Fi password is just so we can send a quick email. That's all ethical hacking. It doesn't have to be somebody sitting in front of a computer in their mother's basement trying to break into a particular system that way. So types of hackers. We've got white, black, grey, elite and script kiddie. So white hat is someone with a non-malicious intent. They're hired by the company that they are attacking. So they're the good guys. A black hat, also known as a cracker. A cracker is the more politically correct term for an aggressive hacker. They are someone with malicious intent who tries to illegally crack into a system without authorization. A few motives could be piracy, ID theft, vandalism, credit card fraud, that kind of thing. I have grey hat, kind of in between. They're a mix of black and white, obviously. They may exhibit traits from both black and white. A grey hat hacker could surf the internet looking for vulnerabilities, but then disclose them to the administrator of the system, or even if the admin was still unsure how to fix it, they may offer to repair it themselves for a small fee. So you can see how they are the best of both worlds there. They're being the good guys, reporting these issues before they're exploited, but then they're saying, well, hang on a minute, I've reported it to you, I can fix it, but it'll cost you $50, that kind of thing. Elite hacker. These are the dangerous guys. They're better than average. They are, I guess they're classed as masters of deception and have a good reputation among their hacker peers as the cream of the crop. These are the guys, the coders, who you really don't want to be working against you. You're more likely to hear about these guys on the news than anywhere else. Script kiddies, they're amateurs. Probably the same kind of guys are saying that still live in their mother's basement, they use tools without knowing how they work to achieve their goal. They're probably actually one of the more dangerous hackers. Not knowing what you're doing is much more dangerous in this line of work than actually knowing what you're doing. You could create all kinds of untold damage if you didn't know what you were doing. Hacktivism. Now here we've got quite a few different, not famous, I guess famous would be glorifying it, well-known hacktivist groups. You've got Anonymous, Lulsec, and more recently the Syrian Electronic Army. I'm sure there'll be more than this. These are the ones that you're probably more likely to read about. So hacktivism, almost like activism, is hacking with a cause, usually political or socially motivated. Hacktivists use the same tools and methods as hackers. However, they generally cause disruption to get noticed rather than for any kind of monetary gain. For instance, defacing a government website with a visible message against that establishment would be hacktivism for a cause, or politically motivated. Hacktivists can be individuals or part of a group. You do tend to see the actions of a hacktivist more in the news, probably because they have a broad skill set, so they generally do achieve their goal. Many hacks fail purely because the system that you're hacking isn't vulnerable, or if it is, you haven't quite figured out how. If you've got lots of guys with a broad range of experience, you're much more likely to achieve your goal. There was quite a notorious hacking of the Sony website in 2011, which most of you PlayStation fans out there will remember. The PSN network was taken down for weeks and millions of user accounts were accessed. That particular hack was estimated to have cost the company over $100 million, and was part of a 50-day rampage by a group of hackers known as LulSec, or Lul Security, which targeted organisations ranging from the FBI to Britain's Serious Organised Crime Agency, which is SOCA. Pretty dangerous guys. Now, computer crimes and legalities. I'm not going to go into these too much. Many people think you have your Data Protection Act, the Computer Misuse Act, and the Copyright Act, and maybe the Criminal Law Act. However, computer crimes and all of the associated laws cover 17 different legislations. You've got Contents, Computer Misuse Act, Copyright, Data Protection, Official Secrets Act, Defamation, Obscenity, Communications, Health and Safety, Computer Evidence, Discrimination, Criminal Law, Advertisements and Commercial Activity, International Law and Internet, Regulation of Investigatory Powers Act 2000 and Lawful Business Practice Regulations, Rules and Regulations for the use of Universities of Greenwich Information Technology Facility and Systems, yes, that is actually a legislation, and use of the University of Greenwich IT systems as well. So the major one, the Computer Misuse Act 1990, is an act to make provision for securing computer material against unauthorized access or modification, and for connected purposes set out 3 computer misuse offences as well, as you can see there. Unauthorized access to computer material, unauthorized access with intent to commit or facilitate the commission of further offences or crimes, unauthorized modification of computer material as well. So the maximum prison sentence specified by the Act for each offence were 6 months, 5 years and 5 years respectively. Amendments to the Computer Misuse Act introduced by the Police and Justice Act in 2006 did change that slightly. I'm sure the maximum sentence now is something like 15 years. The only reason I remember that is because there was a program on recently about a guy in America who decided to fire off this low orbit ion cannon without knowing what it did until he had the feds knocking on his door. But anyway, we'll come to that later. Penetration testing types. We've got network service tests. This is one of the most common types of penetration tests and involves finding target systems on a network, searching for openings in their base operating system and available network services, then exploiting them remotely. Some of these network service penetration tests take place remotely across the internet, targeting the organization's perimeter networks. Others are launched locally from the target's own business facilities to assess the security of their internal network or their DMZ from within, seeing what kind of vulnerabilities an internal user or disgruntled employee could find. You then have a client-side test. This kind of penetration test is intended to find vulnerabilities in exploit client-side software such as browsers, media players, document editing programs, etc. Incidentally, that also covers mobile apps as well. Web application testing. where you look for security vulnerabilities in web-based applications and programs deployed and installed on the target. Remote dial-up or dial. Look for modems in a target environment that normally involves some kind of brute force password guessing to log on to the system to discover the modems in the first place. And finally, we have a wireless security test. They test the access you can gain from wireless security, and also the strength of the passwords you put on your wireless security as well. And social engineering, which I forgot to mention before. That is calling up, pretending to be the top boss of a company and having a shout at the employee who answers the phone saying, "You need to give me the password to the system because I'm on a very important meeting and I need to get into it now." The person on the other end of the phone panics, immediately tells the guy on the other end of the phone the password. It's been social engineered out of him. There was no physical hacking required. Another thing would be somebody dressed up as a mailman trying to gain access to a building. As soon as he's in the building, he installs a physical keylogger in the back of the receptionist's computer when she just pops out to make him a cup of tea or something like that. All types of social engineering. We'll cover more later. Now, a practical environment setup. I will show you the first time you use it, but I use Oracle VirtualBox. It's available for Linux, Windows and Mac. You do need quite a lot of system resource to be able to run these virtual machines, but any modern laptop should be fine. You also need to enable virtualization on the CPU. So you can get to it from that link there. It's an alternative to something like VMware. Personally, I do prefer VirtualBox. Next we have Kali Linux, which is the latest and greatest Ubuntu homed hacking distribution, preloaded with lots of tools. CentOS. I'm going to be using CentOS for some client machines. The only reason I haven't advertised Windows in here is that I realized that everything here, these three are free. Windows obviously isn't. If you have Windows desktop licenses, then please feel free to install them. We're going to be doing some practical demonstrations on hacking Windows 7. So if you do have one of them, install it, but don't bother doing any of the automatic updates because it would be best if we could have it unpatched and take advantage of everything that Microsoft did wrong. Hello and welcome to Ethical Hacking and Penetration Testing, brought to you by Eduonix. This is Chapter 2, Real World Information Gathering. So some of the things we're going to be covering is information intelligence techniques, footprinting and reconnaissance, organization of information during the test, social media websites, harvesting company emails, using Maltego for information gathering, it's a fantastic tool, search engines for penetration testers, using WhatWeb, HTTP Recon and SSL scan, IP address geolocation, web app firewall detection, HTTP and DNS load balancer detection, DNS enumeration for pen testers, mail server enumeration, also DNS and a who is lookup. So we'll start with information intelligence techniques. So these examples here are more kind of government orientated. The collection of intelligence is at the heart of a security service's work. By gathering secret intelligence, you seek to obtain detailed knowledge of a target's organization, their key personalities, infrastructure, intentions, plans, capabilities, etc. So here we have covert human intelligence sources, which is boots on the ground reporting information back to you. Directed surveillance, following and or observing targets. Interception of communications is snooping on a specific target. And intrusion surveillance, which is eavesdropping on a person in their car, home, anywhere in their kind of personal space. Now, information intelligence techniques here. Network and host mapping, if you consider you need to determine what hosts are available. It allows prioritization of targets. It lets you have more effective attack vectors. If you can pinpoint a weak server before you actually attack it, then you know that you have to go for that particular server. So the goal of host mapping is to simply determine what hosts or services are available in a facility or a company. In some sense, the odds are in the analyst's favour. We have a lot of targets out there. As you can see, if you look at the Class B network, there's quite a few. So if you take that example on a 172.10.0.0, the amount of possible addresses is 65,536. There's also 65,536 TCP ports and the same amount of UDP ports as well. That means that the attacker has in excess of about 23 trillion possible targets. Scanning at a rate of 18 packets a second, it would probably take a shade under 5 million years to complete the scan. But because computers have a lifespan of between 3 and 5 years, the rate of change definitely confounds the usefulness of the scan. So to be sure, attackers are coming up with smarter and faster scanning techniques. There's no longer a need for an attacker to consider all possible port numbers. 50 TCP ports and UDP ports will account for probably all the services running on a computer. So the target space is something in the range of 163 million, which could be scanned in less than 4 months at 18 packets a second, which is definitely achievable, although 4 months is still quite a long time. If the site doesn't have any kind of intrusion detection, the site owners will probably never know if the attacker is random or if the attack is actually aimed at them or not. But if the attackers can get an accurate host map, they can turn the tables on those of us who defend networks as well. Many address spaces are lightly populated. If the attacker is able to determine where the hosts are, they have serious advantages. Say in our Class B network was populated with only about 6,000 computers and the attacker can find them. Now the attacker can scan the populated hosts on the network, and at 18 packets a second in less than 10 days, and there are still much more efficient ways to do the scan as well, which we'll cover. If we allow ICMP echo requests broadcasts, they can ping map our network with only 255 packets. The point of the story here is pretty obvious. If the attackers are not able to get intelligence and information about our site, they're forced to do a lot of guesswork and work on a very sparse matrix. If we do let their intelligence gathering probe succeed, then they don't really have to do much guessing at all. So how could an attacker get such accurate host mapping? Many sites still make a host table available for FTP download. Other sites allow DNS zone transfers, or perhaps the attacker will have to work to discover this information without host scans. So this here is an example of an ICMP host scan. If a site doesn't block ICMP echo requests, the attacker can simply ping each address. This tends to be an older approach to mapping. The scan is fairly slow, and the scanner could be scanning multiple addresses, but it's still fast enough that a scan detector ought to catch it. You can see from pinger.mapm.com going to these addresses. If there was a successful ICMP echo request, you would see an ICMP echo reply coming back from the address. And in the trace you can see here the attacker is targeting multiple network addresses. 2 were detected by the sensor constellation, but it's probable that there were many more, and by interleaving the scan the attacker has managed to space out the UDP echo requests far enough apart that the probe probably wouldn't be detected by most intrusion detection systems. The scrambled addresses is also quite a good touch. The UDP6 refers to a UDP payload with 6 bytes of data, and as you'll see in further chapters, stealth intrusion detection has a fairly specific meaning, but you can consider the lower and slower approach to still be the best stealthy technique, and with only 6 bytes of data, chances are it wouldn't really be caught. Broadcast ICMP is still the single most common mapping technique in use. It's also very effective. As you can see here, it's scanning the broadcast addresses 0 and 255. Once it finds a particular broadcast range that replies, then you know that there'll be something in that /24 range that you can contact. So here, this is a particular port scan going to target.mynetwork.com, and the dot after it is ports 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 and 12. Again, if the port was open, you should get a reply back as well. So social media websites. Now, there's a lot of information you can gather from social media. You can get somebody's full name. I'll tell you all the things that you probably already know, all the things you can get, and then I'll put another spin on it and say this is how you could potentially use it to your advantage. You could get the full name. Okay, that's probably going to be quite readily available. Then you get family members, which if you were out talking to somebody and you're trying to social engineer some information out of them, you could go down the route of, oh hey, I was just talking to your brother last night, Jacob, and he told me this and that, and then that kind of automatically builds up a rapport with your target, even though you don't have a clue who they really are, and this is just information you found online. You can find out who their friends are exactly the same way, and maybe even find some friends that can be bought to tell you certain information. Current location as well. Now this is quite good in a corporate environment, because you could say, oh hey, I just spoke to Tom, who's the CEO for a particular company. He told me he was on holiday and he said I could have his password to go in and check his emails for him. And then of course the receptionist on the other end of the phone doesn't want Bob to be angry when he comes home, so she says yes, his password is this, and then you basically have free reign. Home location as well. This has got a lot better recently, but previously when you would check into some places, or even if you were at home, you could see where it was on a map. Personally, that for me is a bit too close to home, shall we say, and I wouldn't want anybody on the internet knowing where I lived. Email addresses, you can send them a specific phishing attack. If you can see that they've just been to a particular theme park, you could craft an email up from that theme park saying, oh, I hope you enjoyed your stay, click here to enter a competition, win a prize, put in your email address and password. What's the chances they're using their password on something else? Probably quite likely. A social plan, possible snooping, interception, or hey, I recognise you from work, don't you do this or do that, don't you go to judo on a Tuesday night because I thought I recognised you. Latest purchases, how many times does somebody buy something and the first thing they do is put it on Facebook to say, oh look at this. Again, it's more kind of things that you can pretend to have in common with your target. Phone numbers. Certain social media websites do allow you to publish your phone number, which is again good for a spear phishing attack, and also likes and dislikes, exactly the same. You can pretend to have the same as them. So concerns, storage of data. If you upload the information, then who owns it? That doesn't just go for social media, that goes for cloud storage as well. I'd be very careful if you think you still own the rights to something after you've uploaded it to a cloud storage base. Many of them say, if you upload it to our systems, we own it, and we own the rights to it, so be careful. Identity theft as well. Have you given enough information to pass Data Protection Act with your bank? Can somebody get your date of birth by your birthday alerts on social media? Can they get your mother's maiden name? Can they get your address or your phone number? They are the last things that you really want to give out. Sexual predators, enough said. Stalking. Can someone find where you live or where you're going to be at a certain time from social media? Probably. Unintentional fame. If you do something popular, you risk being famous if it catches on. Employment concerns. If a client sees something on your social media, it may have repercussions for your own job. I know a few people who have called in sick at work and then they posted pictures online of them going on a bender in a pub and they've been fired. So be careful with that. Victimization. It's very easy to communicate with you unless you have your privacy settings set in a different manner. So You have to be careful that you can't be singled out of a group of people. And lastly, surveillance. A broad picture of your life can be pieced together over time with social media. If you look at somebody, a random person on social media, and you know you don't know them, and then you start looking at all the things that they do, all the things that they've posted, after about 10 minutes you get a pretty good idea about who they are. Not good. So harvesting company emails, they're usually for the purposes of spam or phishing, but they're usually done by harvesting bots. So the simplest method involves spammers purchasing or trading lists of email addresses from other spammers. Another common method is the use of special software known as harvesting bots or harvesters, which spider web pages posting Usenet mailing lists, archives, internet forms and other online sources to obtain email addresses from public data. Spammers may also use a form of dictionary tag known to harvest email addresses. This is called a dictionary harvest attack, funnily enough, where valid email addresses at specific domains are found by guessing email addresses using common usernames. For example, trying Alan at, example.com, or Alana at example.com, or Alan B at example.com, and they're accepted for delivery by the recipient's email server. Instead of being rejected, they're added to the list of theoretically valid emails for that particular domain. Another method of email address harvesting is to offer a product or service free of charge as long as the user provides a valid email address, and then use the address collected from the users to send spam to. Common products and services offered are jokes of the day, daily Bible quotes, news and stock alerts, free merchandise, etc., etc. Another technique that was used late 2007 by a company called iDate, which used email harvesting to spam victims, friends and contacts. Spam differs from other forms of direct marketing in many ways. One of them being that it costs little to nothing to send a large number of emails. For this reason, there's little pressure upon spammers to limit the number of addresses targeted in a spam run, or to restrict it to persons likely to be interested. One consequence of this fact is that many people receive spam written in languages they can't read. A good deal of spam sent to English-speaking recipients is in Chinese or Korean, for instance. Likewise, a list of addresses sold for use in spam frequently contain malformed addresses, duplicate addresses, and addresses of role accounts such as postmasters and do not reply addresses. Now, spammers may harvest email addresses to form a number of sources. A popular method uses email addresses which their owners have published for their own purposes, such as on forums and things, and that's when Usenet bots specifically can really go to town and pull out email addresses from random websites. They're also called email address spiders to do that. Now, Usenet article message IDs often look enough like email addresses that they're harvested as well. So spammers have also harvested email addresses directly from Google search results without actually spidering the websites found in the search. Spammer viruses may include a function which scans the victim's computer's disk drive and looks for the wrong contact as well, and not only the wrong contact but any emails that have been sent to them that are loaded onto a local email client like Outlook, etc. It'll look at its from list, look at its to list, and it will collate that information and send it back to the spammer. Likewise, spammers sometimes operate web pages which purport to remove subscribed emails. If you click on a link to say unsubscribe, you put an email address in, it actually does the opposite and it harvests it for you. So next we have an application called Maltego, which is a fantastic tool. As it says here, Maltego is an open source intelligence and forensics application. It'll offer you timeless mining and gathering of other information, as well as the representation of this information. It's in an easy to understand format. So let's take a look at Maltego. So this is Maltego, which we can start from Kali just by typing the word Maltego. It comes built in, does require setup and registration on the website, but that's quick, easy, and the Kali Linux edition is free as well, just for demonstration purposes. So we'll just wait for it to load up some modules here. It's a quite nice intuitive interface. It usually pops up and tells you about the latest and greatest plugins for it as well. So here we have a few of them. I'll just go through a couple of them. So Company Stalker is basically you give it a domain name and it will search the web trying to find as many emails as it can with that particular name. We'll give that as a demonstration anyway. Personal email addresses tries to obtain someone's email address and see where it's used to be registered. Twitter Digger and Twitter geolocation is quite cool. It tries to find the geolocation of the person using Twitter. This is a very useful, well, as it says here, it's a company stalker. So next, and we say if we give the domain name bt.com, and then we go finish. It should run the transform for you. It will only show you about 12 or so, purely because this is just the demonstration edition. So it's now searching Google to try and find as many emails as it can for bt.com. And here we go. This is the information it's received. This is a great tool for use by spammers to get email addresses. As you can see, it has only given you 12 because of the restrictions on this particular version. However, what you can do, which is quite cool, if we want to look further into these particular things, we can remove. How do we remove the screen? We remove the screen by doing something. Okay, we'll just put that down here for now. We can run further transforms on items within there. So we run all transforms on director@bt.com. This is just some terms and conditions you have to accept, just to say you don't mind it running kind of transforms that may be slightly intrusive, but I'm sure they wouldn't be. And it'll create another tree off the bottom of here, giving you more information. No protocol bt.com. Okay, fair enough. That's a bad example. We'll try a different example. Okay, save before closing. No. And if we close this down and we run a new transform, and we want to look at a URL, say. So the URL. Oh, sorry, the URL properties. And then we want to run all transforms. Yes. Accept. Accept. Minimum image size to display in kilobits, say 5. We run the transform against this URL. And this is as much information as it can find within reason about hackthisite.org, which is a great site, by the way. You should definitely go and check that out. Okay, so information such as, I think they're probably just red herrings that they put on the site just to try and deter you from looking at it. So if we look at, say, jQuery or Google Analytics, shall we say, and then you can run further transforms on that. So this is just the pattern that we're at so far. You can display it in many different methods. So we toggle full screen mode on this. That might be better. There we go. Okay, cool. And then yeah, we can run further transforms on this. So if we run some more transforms on URL, run transforms, all transforms, yes. Host names numerically, so start range, end range, padding of say 0.5. Remember and run. It's going to find some more information on that particular path, which it has. So it's found IP addresses of, I presume that's going to be some interface on the website. It's found that it's got a Google Analytics account. It uses PHP and jQuery. So let's see what more information we can find on this IP address. So run all transforms again. Another thing you can use it for is to look for relationships between things. Sometimes if companies register their interest with other companies, their email address is published online somewhere, and it would link a couple of companies together, which is definitely a good way of doing things. Okay, that just took a few minutes there. As you can see, it's finished. So if we zoom out a bit, we can see that it's found even more information on things in that particular area. Let's take a look. So it's got links to Cleveland and Missouri in the United States, and archive.org probably means that the web page has actually been archived at some point. There's probably information on it from Pastebin and ID Cloak. These are all good things, possibly even other websites that are hosted within the same net block. And again, you can just do more and more things. So now we have the entire net block. You can run transforms on that as well, and you can just get a bigger and bigger picture of how things really link together, not just for this company, but how they kind of interact with other companies as well. So that's Maltego. It's a fantastic tool. It's a huge tool. I've probably covered less than 1% of it there. It's a good idea to look through some of the transforms. One quite good thing is that you can do graphical representation searches. So if you have a photograph of somebody, you can upload it to this, do a search, and it will try and do a reverse image lookup online to try and find that image somewhere else. It does take a while, but as I say, this is a very good open source intelligence tool. My opinion is it probably shouldn't be open source because it is quite dangerous. But anyway, it comes with Kali. Have a look at it, have a play with it, it's great. Hello, welcome to Ethical Hacking and Penetration Testing, brought to you by Eduonix. This is Chapter 2, Video 2, Real World Information Gathering. So these are the topics we'll be covering. We'll be covering search engines for penetration testers using WhatWeb, HTTP Recon and SSL scan, IP address geolocation, web app firewall detection, HTTP and DNS load balance detection, DNS enumeration, mail server enumeration, and DNS and whois lookup as well. So search engines for penetration testers is known as Google hacking. Google has a number of advanced search operators you can use to search the web for people, files, vulnerabilities, and pretty much anything else you can think of. You can look for advisories and vulnerabilities, error messages that give away far too much information, files containing confidential information, files containing passwords, usernames, footholds, helping an attacker get into an actual web server, hidden login portals, sensitive directories, various online devices, and webcam portals as well. So this information is from hackersforcharity.org. If you do a Google search for cached server report 4, this analysis was produced by Calamarus. You'll see quite a lot of information. They're squid server reports, fairly benign, except when you consider using them for evil purposes. For example, an institution stands up a proxy server for their internal users to get to the outside world. Then the internal users surf all over the heart's content, including intranet pages, because as it says here, the admins are stupid. Voila. Intranet links show up on the external web cache. If you configure an external proxy, you have to trust it as an internal host. So if you load up your web browser and your web proxy as their proxy surf, so if you load up your web proxy and surf the internet, you can notice examples in the Google list of those particular reports. If you take a quick look, you can see here we have the kind of reports we're talking about, listing much more information than you possibly want to give away. I'm not going to go into it too much. Feel free to have a look for yourself. It's Google, it's just on the internet now. So next up we have financial spreadsheets. If you search in title index of, you're looking for the index of that particular file structure. Then if you search for finances.xls, anything you want basically .xls, if it's on there you'll find it. So let's have a look, see what we find. Here we have pages in pages, not all of them but some of them. It finds actual finances.xls in the web search, and you can download them. Index of working credit card finances. Well, that's definitely something you don't want to put online, is it? Okay. So next up, we have passwd file. For those of you that don't know, passwd file is the passwords file for Linux. They can be put online, especially if the entire file system of a server is available online, or even if somebody has put it there as a backup. They do show encrypted passwords which may look like guessed and then a whole load of gobbledygook after it, but a password cracker can easily get the hashes faster than than anybody else really. So let's have a look. And also, sorry, the .back is just not so much a standard, but .back is what you name something if you want to back it up in Linux. So has it found anything? Yes, it has. Passwd, password.back. Plenty of information, plenty of search results, all stating the passwd.back file. And next up we have config.php. So this search will bring up config.php files, and if we don't skip all the, if we go and skip all the technical bits, it's a config file that contains username and passwords for SQL databases, including full admin access to the database as well. So the search operator is intitle index.of space config.php. Sometimes Google does this just to make sure you're not a robot. And here we go, config.php files as far as the eye can see. Webcams. If you look for in URL /view/index.html, you will see a whole host of people who have not set their webcams up properly. I don't mind taking a look at some of these because I know of them. A lot of them are probably just being configured on purpose, but you get the kind of thing that I'm trying to get across here, is that if it's not protected properly and Google spiders go out and actually index it, then you will probably find it appearing in a Google search result. Some of them are completely dead, other ones aren't. Okay, FTP. If a config file or the web.config file is viewable externally, then that means that the web server accepts, the FTP server accepts anonymous connections. And believe you me, it's quite scary how many people are running FTP servers at home so they can get to their files when they're out at work or out at their friends' houses, and they don't comment out or they don't turn off the anonymous user. It is quite scary. So let's have a look at that. Here we have a rather comprehensive list of every anonymous FTP server that we can find. Let's have a look at the first one, just to prove it. That's the web.config file, which contains more information you don't want to know. If you take off the web.config, go to that IP address, you then have access. I'm not going to connect to it actually. You have access to that FTP server. Pages and pages. All misconfigured, or intentionally if it's for kind of public access, that kind of thing. Chances are it's probably not, it's just misconfigured. So using what web HTTP recon, and SSL scan. So WhatWeb is a next generation web scanner. WhatWeb recognizes web technology, including content management systems, blogging platforms, static and analytic packages, JavaScript libraries, web servers, and embedded devices. It's got over 1,000 plugins, each to recognize something different. It also identifies version numbers, emails, etc., etc. So let's have a look at WhatWeb. Enter a domain to analyze. hackthisite.org, or spelled correctly, hackthisite.org. You can see that it uses an HTTP load balancer. The actual index file is index.php. IP addresses, and a lot more information. I actually thought it would bring back more information than that. So if we try Eduonix.com, a lot more information. Script, JavaScript, the title, IP only, the HTTP service, Cloudflare, Nginx, all good information. So HTTP Recon is a fingerprinting tool. It's to help return highly accurate identification of HTTPD implementations. Very important when it comes down to vulnerability analysis. Hackthisite.org again. Thank you, Hacktisite. We appreciate the use. Here we go. Nginx, Microsoft, Apache. It's a 100% match. I definitely use Nginx 0.61. A load of other information here which you can look through in your own time. A lot of information actually about different versions, different fingerprinting details. Again, the HTTP load balancer. A lot more information than the previous website. SSL Scan. It's a free online service that performs a deep analysis of the configuration of any SSL web server publicly on the internet. HTTPS google.com. So here we go. Here's all of Google's web servers. Their grade A, the domain, the test time, and the server themselves as well. So the overall rating is A. Cipher support, key exchange, protocol support, and certificate are all almost 100%. Different kinds of signature algorithms that they use, revocation information, all good. Now IP address geolocation. I put ish after this because it's not an exact science really. It'll look at local exchanges to you. So say my local exchange is probably about 10 miles away. It would probably give you information on that particular IP address rather than your own personal IP address. So if we have a look at an example. That particular IP address there is in Albalata in Spain. That's generally about as accurate as you can get. The fact that the pin is there probably doesn't actually mean it's there. They've just narrowed it down to the nearest town for you. So this website is infosniper.net. There's many more out there you can try. It's quite easy to fool. You can spoof your IP address, you can use a VPN and it wouldn't pick up on it. The only true holder of this information is the ISP. They know what IP address belongs to which account and where you live. Hello and welcome to Ethical Hacking and Penetration Testing, brought to you by Eduonix. This is Chapter 2, Real World Information Gathering. And the things we're going to be covering are web app firewall detection, HTTP and DNS load balancer detection, DNS enumeration for pen testers, mail server enumeration, as well as DNS and whois lookup. So HTTP WAF detect is a tool that will let you see if there's an IPS or an IDS in front of a particular server. It's good because it can help you prepare for a particular attack. If you know it has a certain IDS, there might be some way around it. It's not 100% accurate, but it can definitely identify Apache ModSecure, Barracuda, web app firewalls, PHP IDS, .defender, Imperva web firewall, as well as Blue Coat, SG400 and other ones as well. So it's an nmap script. If you run nmap -p80 for port 80 and then -- script HTTP WAF detect and the host, you should get this information underneath if there is an IDS or an IPS detected. If not, you'll probably just see that there is a port 80 TCP open and the service is HTTP. So HTTP and DNS load balance detection is definitely worth looking at as well, because if you are looking at a particular DNS name or an IP address, you don't want the physical box behind it to change, which it could well do with a load balancer. This is a very good tool to use. It's called LBD. It's a tool written by a guy called Stefan Bett. It detects if a given domain uses a DNS and or HTTP load balancer. Checks are made against server and date. Checks are made against server and date headers, and diffs between the server answers. 50 requests are sent and compared. You have to notice that the tool is proof of concept and hence can provide false positives. It hasn't been 100% tested yet, or at least it wasn't at time of writing anyway. So DNS enumeration. The types of enumeration that use DNS include the following: zone transfer, reverse lookup, domain and host brute force, standard record enumeration, cache snooping, zone walking, as well as Google lookup. Standard record enumeration. In order to perform a standard record enumeration within the DNS recon, the command that I have to use is the dnsrecon.py -d and then the domain. So all this will do is look at the particular domain name, and it'll pull back all the DNS servers associated with it, all the A records, all the MX records, etc. So zone transfer. So the security problem with DNS zone transfer is that it can be used to decipher the topology of a company's network. More specifically, when a user is trying to perform a zone transfer, it sends DNS queries to list all DNS information like name servers, host names, MX records, and C names, etc. Zone serial numbers, also the time delivered records, are all requested. Due to the amount of information that can be obtained, DNS zone transfers can't easily be found nowadays. However, DNS Recon provides the ability to perform a zone transfer, providing it's allowed in the first place. So the syntax for that is below: dnsrecord.py -d for domain, and then -a or -t axfr. I would try and have a play with that. There's no demonstration, purely because I couldn't find a domain that would allow me to do a transfer. You could set one up privately on your network to have a play with though. So a reverse lookup, according to Wikipedia, which is obviously a great source of information, reverse DNS lookup is the determination of a domain name with the associated IP address. DNS Recon can perform a reverse lookup for PTR or a pointer record against IPv4 as well as IPv6 ranges. And the syntax is below. You have to run dnsrecon.py -r start IP -end IP address of the range. Also, reverse lookup can be performed against all ranges in SPF records as well, with the following command. Now, domain brute force. For performing this technique, all we have to do is give a name list, and it will try to resolve the A address, the AA address, the CNAME record against the domain by trying each entry one by one. In order to run the domain brute force, we need to type dnsrecon.py -d domain, and then minus capital D namelist minus TBRT. Now cache snooping. Cache snooping is occurred when the DNS server has a specific DNS record that is cached. This DNS record will often reveal plenty of information. However, DNS cache snooping is not happening very often. You can do cache snooping with that particular command there. It also helps if you were to look at DNS injection as well. You can potentially change a record in cache, so when somebody goes to a web address they think it's cached. Well, it is cached, but you've already modified it. You send them to a different address. Great for kind of man-in-the-middle attacks, etc. Now, zone walking unveils internal records if zones aren't configured properly. The information that can be obtained can help you to map networks. The information that can be obtained can help us to map network hosts by enumerating the contents of a zone. It'll list other DNS servers in there, as well as pointers for other records and what servers they're pointing at as well. Really good technique for getting a good idea of what's out there in your internal network purely just from a record. Now here you have SMTP user enumeration. It can be performed manually through utilities like Telnet or Netcat automatically, or it can be done via a variety of tools like Metasploit, Nmap and SMTP user enumeration. So right here at the very top you can see that it's trying to telnet to port 25, which is the port that's used by SMTP. It's connected to it, and then there's a Metasploitable postfix banner there to tell you that it's open, and then you can perform a few things and you can look at different VRFYs, as you can see here. Also at the very end here you can see that the recipient's address is rejected, unknown in local recipient table, which is basically the recipient to test. It's trying to send information from there, and that's not in the database, but root and bin is, so that's some good enumeration. Now DNS and whois lookup. So test for DNS errors with dnscheck.ripe.net. Let's have a look at Eduonix.com. It will load up all the DNS records. As you can see, after a while it does bring back things like name server delegation, the name server addresses, consistencies and SOA records as well. And under advanced results you can see a lot more information. A great free tool at dnscheck.ripe.net. Okay, next we have the intelligent lookup tool, Smart Whois. That basically just gives you information on the registered domain name, who owns it, address, IP addresses, that kind of thing. I won't bother looking at that. Now we have the DNS lookup under mxtoolbox.com. So if we look at, it shows you all the A records for Eduonix.com and the IP addresses associated with them and the TTLs. There's a lot of other things you can do here as well. A certain command you can run and the explanation of it, all runnable within here. And here you can see you can have SVR lookups, cert lookups, log lookups, text lookups, SOA records, even pricing, which is quite cool. Hello and welcome to Ethical Hacking and Penetration Testing. This is Chapter 3, Scanning and Vulnerability Assessment. So the topics that we'll be covering are packet crafting with Scapy, port scanning with Scapy, network enumeration and mapping techniques, network scanning techniques, vulnerability identification and assessments techniques, as well as some practical avoidance. So packet crafting with Scapy. I'll let you just read what's on the screen there. Basically, packet crafting is you can create a packet from nothing. You can specify the payload, the source address, the target address, and you can basically do anything you want with it. The example that I'll give is a great way to create a distributed denial of service attack, in that it will think that a particular server is being pinged from an address. It will therefore reply to the address, when in reality the originating server didn't send anything at all. It was a crafted packet from somewhere else. And if you were to ping, say, 10,000 IP addresses and say, I pinged you, are you there? And it replies, if you could do that from different servers around the world, you're going to create a distributed denial of service attack. So let's have a quick look at that. So this is just in backtrack here. If we get TCP dump going on port 80, to myself I'm 192.168.0.10. If we start up Scapy, okay, we're in. It's a Python application. We can do an IP ..show bracket, and it will show us a particular IP packet, which is just pretty blank at the minute. Now we can specify the source IP address. So we want it to say that it's going to come from 192.168.0.20, and the destination, slightly different syntax, ip.dst will be 192.168.0.10, which is me. So now we can look at the IP and we can see that's the source and destination address. We can have a look and we can encode it with a TCP header, and then we can specify in the TCP header that we want the source port to be something like 8080, and the destination port we'll say port 80 because that's where I've got the TCP dump ring on. And then we can just verify that. We can just do tcp/ip.show, and then once we're happy with that, we can see all the information in there, as well as the source and destination addresses. We just have to do send IP TCP, and then we can see on the right hand side it's got a spoof source address because that isn't me, and the destination address is me. I received that. So if we encoded that with ICMP, I would try and reply to it. Now next we have port scanning with Scapy. Now this is a TCP connect scan. A client trying to connect to a server on port 80 initializes the connection by sending this a TCP packet with the SYN flag set and the port to which it wants to connect. In this case it's going to be port 80. If the port is open on the server and is accepting connections, it will respond with a TCP packet with the SYN and the ACK flag set. The connection is established by the client sending an acknowledgement, ACK and RST flag in a final handshake. If this three-way handshake is completed, then the port on the server is definitely open. The client sends the first handshake using the SYN flag and port to connect to the server in a TCP packet. If the server responds with an RST instead of a SYN ACK, then that particular port is closed on the server. This technique is similar to a TCP connect scan, but it's a TCP stealth scan. The client sends a TCP packet with the SYN flag set and a port number to connect to. If the port is open, the server responds with a SYN ACK flag set inside the TCP packet, but this time the client sends an RST flag or a reset flag in a TCP packet and not a reset and ACK, which was the case with the TCP connect scan. This technique is used to avoid port scan detection by firewalls. So it thinks that you don't require the connection anymore because you are sending an RST pack. As soon as it says yes, I'm open, it's saying it doesn't matter anymore. The closed port check is the same as that of the TCP connect scan. The server responds with a reset flag set inside the TCP packet to indicate that the port is closed on the server. That's sent by the server rather than the client. When the client sends the RST packet, that's just to avoid detection. In the Christmas scan, think of Christmas as lots of presents or lots of flags set. It's basically throw everything you can think of at the server just to see if it's open. It's not very quiet, shall we say. A TCP packet has the push, the fin and the urgent flag set, along with the port to connect to. They're all sent to the server. If the port is open, then there will be no response from the server at all. Now if the port is closed, the server will respond with the RST flag set inside the TCP packet. That's just to say that is closed basically. It won't recognize the push fin or the urgent flags that are being sent from the client. If the server responds with an ICMP packet, with an ICMP unreachable error type 3 and ICMP code 1, 2, 3, 9, 10 or 13, then the port is filtered and it cannot be inferred from the response whether the port is open or closed. Filtered could mean that it's going through a firewall. If you ever pinged something before and you'll get a response, but then it'll say in brackets next to it, packet filtered, it's probably going to go through a firewall. Now, the fin scan utilizes the fin flag or the finish flag inside the TCP packet along with the port number to connect to on the server. If there's no response from the server, then the port is therefore open. If the server responds with an RST flag set in the TCP packet for the fin scan request, then the port is closed on the server. An ICMP packet with ICMP type 3 and code 1, 2, 3, 9, 10 or 13 in response to the fin scan packet from the client means that the port is filtered and the port state cannot be found. So you don't know if it's open or closed. In a null scan, no flag is set at all inside the TCP packet. The TCP packet is sent along with the port number only to the server, and if the server sends no response to the null scan packet, then that particular packet is open. That particular port is open. If the server responds with a reset flag in the TCP packet, then the connection is definitely closed on the server. An ICMP error of type 3 and code 1, 2, 3, 9, 10 or 13 means that the port is filtered, possibly behind a firewall, and you are not sure if it is open or closed. The TCP ACK scan is not used to find the open or closed state of a port, rather it's used to find if a stateful firewall is present on the server or not. It only tells if the port is filtered or not. This scan type definitely can't find the open or closed status of a port. As you can see there, it sends ACK plus the port, and it sends a reset. The port is unfiltered or filtered. So for a TCP ACK scan, a TCP packet with the ACK flag is sent to the server, and if the server responds with the RST flag set inside the TCP packet, then the port is unfiltered and the stateful firewall is actually absent. If the server doesn't respond to our TCP ACK scan, or if it responds with a TCP packet with the ICMP type 3, code 1, 2, 3, 9, 10 or 13 set, then the port is filtered and it's definitely behind a stateful firewall. Now, a TCP window scan uses the same technique as that of the TCP ACK scan. It also sends a TCP packet with the ACK flag set and the port number to connect to. But this scan type can be used to find the state of the port on the server in a TCP ACK scan. An RST indicates an unfiltered state, but a TCP window scan, when a reset is received from the server, then it checks the value of the window size. If the value of the window size is positive, then the port is open on the server and unfiltered. Now, network enumeration and mapping techniques. Network enumeration is a very common computing activity in which usernames, information on groups and shares, services of the network, and network computers are retrieved. It shouldn't be confused with network mapping, which retrieves information about which servers are connected where, etc., and what's running on them. This is more kind of penetrative. It's what's going on within the servers, how many users are there, what privileges do they have, what shares are open, what network file systems are there. There's a few tools that you can use for it. Kin enable is really good. It's kind of an all-in-one tool for this kind of thing. There's definitely ways you can do it inside Metasploit as well. So we'll see what we can find in a later demonstration on our test network. Hello and welcome to Ethical Hacking and Penetration Testing, brought to you by Eduonix. This is Chapter 3, Scanning and Vulnerability Assessment. So in this chapter, hopefully you'll be able to cover vulnerability identification and assessment techniques. So a vulnerability assessment is the process of identifying, quantifying, and prioritizing, or ranking if you will, the vulnerabilities in a system. Examples of systems for which vulnerability assessments are usually performed are everything from your average day-to-day IT systems in an office and a network, right the way through to energy supply systems, transportation systems, any kind of safety critical system as well, water supply systems, that kind of thing. And as I've also said, your average information technology system as well. Assigning a quantifiable value, or at least a rank in order and importance to those resources, identifying the vulnerabilities or potential threats, is good for migrating the risk away from yourself, and you can eliminate the most serious vulnerabilities almost immediately. You can get them fixed, and then you can move on to some of the lesser ones. So it's a good idea cataloging assets and capabilities in a system. You assign a quantifiable value, or at least a rank order and importance to those resources. Identifying the vulnerabilities or potential threats to each resource, and mitigating or eliminating the most serious vulnerabilities for the most valuable resources. When we talk about valuable resources, we're not talking about how much the server costs. We're talking about how much the company would be charged if there was some downtime for that server or that service. For instance, it may cost £1,000 for a server, but if this web server is doing £1,000 an hour turnover, if that was to go down, you're potentially looking at a lot of money there. So to identify the vulnerabilities, or vulnerabilities versus threats anyway, threats are defined as specific activities that will damage the system, its facilities, or its patrons. Threats include any actions which detract from overall security. They range from the extreme kind of terrorist-initiated bomb threats or hostage-taking to more common events such as pickpocketing, vandalism, stealing of data, that kind of thing. Those responsible for identifying and assessing threats and vulnerabilities must not only measure the degree of potential danger, but the chances of that particular danger actually occurring in the first place. So that's a threat. A vulnerability is defined as the susceptibility of the system to a particular type of security hazard. Vulnerabilities can be corrected, but risk analysis must be undertaken to determine which vulnerabilities take the highest priority. Because transit systems cover a vast amount of territory that's often unfenced or otherwise unprotected, all equipment is vulnerable to some kind of attack or graffiti, for instance. It's the same for any kind of web server that will be sitting in a DMZ. So some of the things you can use to identify a vulnerability is a port scanner like Nmap, a vulnerability network scanner, as we've already said. You can use Nessus, Saint, or OpenVAS. Web app security scanners like Nikito and W3F. Database security scanners, Scuba database scanner. A host-based scanner like Linus or Uvalde. ERP security scanners and single vulnerability tests as well, which would be, say if Microsoft realized that their new version of Notepad was vulnerable, and to identify it you had to download a little tool and it would only check for that one vulnerability. The best one I can think of a few years ago was a Blasterworm virus, which took down most Windows systems. It didn't do much physical harm, but it would basically just give you a countdown timer and say your PC is going to shut down in 3 minutes. That was it. And Microsoft released a little scanner and a little patch which got rid of that particular worm for you. So a vulnerability scanner allows for early detection and handling of known security problems. By employing ongoing security assessments using vulnerability scanners, it's easy to identify security vulnerabilities that may be present in the network from both the internal and the external perspective. So a new device or a new system may be connected to the network without authorization. A vulnerability scanner can help identify rogue machines which might endanger overall systems as well as network security. And a vulnerability scanner helps to verify the inventory of all devices on the network. The inventory includes device types, operating system versions, as well as patch levels as well. It might even cover user accounts, hardware configurations, and any other relevant system information you can think of. It's usually useful in security management and tracking. It's also very useful for a hacker if they were to get a hold of this inventory. It would save them doing any kind of footprinting on the system at all, because you've already done it for them, you just didn't store it in a very secure location. So now, problems versus solutions. Scanners aren't without their limitations, not by a long shot. The drawbacks of vulnerability scanners are that they only take a snapshot. A vulnerability scanner can only assess a particular snapshot in time in terms of a system's network security status. Therefore, scanning needs to be conducted regularly, every day, every week, every month, as well as some kind of IDS or IPS as well on the system would be great. New vulnerabilities can emerge anytime, and you need to know if your vulnerability scanner has just got a definitions update. You need to make sure it's going to be run against your system, or even if there's any software updates on the software you use within your system. That could easily introduce a new security hole, for instance. Human judgment is always needed. Vulnerability scanners can only report vulnerabilities according to the plugins installed in the scanner's backend database. They can't determine whether the response is false or negative, or in the more common term is a false negative or a false positive. Human judgment is always needed after every scan. A vulnerability scanner is designed to discover known vulnerabilities only. It can't identify other security threats, such as those related to physical, operational, or procedural issues. For instance, a vulnerability scanner wouldn't protect against social engineering. It wouldn't protect against the receptionist who lets somebody in even though they don't have an ID badge, that kind of thing. So here we have how you quantify this information based on a common vulnerability scoring system. Its risk is equal to threat likelihood times asset value times vulnerability exposure. So that is risk equals how likely is it that it's going to happen times $10,000 an hour times the period of time that it'll actually be down for, say 24 hours. So the Common Vulnerability Scoring System, abbreviated as CVSS, is a free and open industry standard for assessing the severity of a computer system's vulnerabilities. It's under custodianship of NIST. It attempts to establish a measure of how much concern a vulnerability warrants compared to other vulnerabilities, so efforts can be prioritized. The score is based on a series of measurements called metrics based on expert assessment. The scores range from 0 to 10. Vulnerabilities with a base score in the range of kind of 7 to 10 are high, 4 to 6.9 is medium, and 0 to 3.9 is classed as low. You'll also find that some vulnerability scanners will give you information as well that it finds. For instance, a banner that tells you what particular web service being used wouldn't be a threat, but it's handy to know in case you want to get rid of it. You'll often find that in the results of any kind of vulnerability scanner anyway. So prioritizing. This is definitely an automated task. However, it's always good to see for yourself if something is going to be worthy of an immediate fix. For instance, a common one is the SNMP community strings on a server have been left the standard public/private. You might think, wow, that's a big hole, that needs to be changed immediately. But if ports used for SNMP isn't allowed through the firewall, I think it's 121 or 161? 161, I think. If that's not allowed through the firewall, then is there really that much of a need to get it fixed straight away? An old version of Apache running on an internal web server, is that necessary to be fixed? Well, yes, potentially, because the attacks could come from the inside as well as the outside. and old user accounts still being active. It kind of depends on your infrastructure, really. If somebody's left, it's always best practice to remove the account immediately. However, if that account can only be accessed from a particular terminal in the building, then yeah, it may go unused for a while. Hello and welcome to Ethical Hacking and Penetration Testing, brought to you by Eduonix. This is Chapter 3, Scanning and Vulnerability Assessment. So things that we're going to be covering in this chapter is practical avoidance techniques. So these are the kind of 5 main things that you want to achieve with any penetration test or hack. You want to scan quietly, to fully understand the target, and it has to be quiet because if you are going in there ringing alarm bells, then chances are by the time it comes to actually performing the hack, you'll already be blocked, and the target will be well aware of what you're trying to do. Get in silently. Try not to set off any intrusion detection systems. Try not to crash any systems, or if you do need to crash a system, at least do it once you've completed your goal. You've got the information you require, you've installed a backdoor so you can get in again. After that, you need to cover your tracks, which could be removing logs, etc. Once you've done that, you can exit, hopefully silently again. So now we have a NIDS and a HIDS. So a NIDS is Network Intrusion Detection System, and a HIDS is a Host Intrusion Detection System. So in IDS, we'll look for an unusual amount of packets. Now when I say unusual, it could be compared to the last 10 minutes, it could be compared to the last 10 hours, or even compared to the last day. Anything it deems unusual, it will flag and monitor. It's usually quite configurable, so you can either say, just keep watch and report if it's still happening in 5 hours time, or you can say, alert me immediately and block any packets if it's an intrusion detection and prevention system. You'll be able to block packets as well. It'll look for any unusual patterns of packets, things that might represent a particular scan. If it's, I don't know, say if an IDS is looking at 4 different network ranges and each one of them is getting pinged at exactly the same time, that would be an unusual pattern. Unusual packets as well. Are there any kind of half packets that are being sent to try and avoid the IDS? Of course, if he sends a bit of a packet and then another bit of a packet, there's a good chance it could be reformed on the other side, past the IDS. Packet anomalies as well. I think that would look at payloads, etc. If there was any actual exploits going on, it should be able to pick them up. And they should both log out alerts via the GUI, email, SMS, anything like that. They should all be fundamental features of a network or host intrusion detection system. So here we have an example of a network intrusion detection system. They're placed at a strategic point or points within the network to monitor traffic to and from all devices on the network. It performs analysis for passing traffic on the entire subnet. It works in promiscuous mode, so it can read all the packets. And it matches the traffic that is passed onto the subnets to the library of known attacks or known exploits. And once the attacks are identified or abnormal behavior is sensed, the alert can be sent to an administrator or moderator. The example of the network intrusion detection system would be installing it on the subnet where firewalls are located in order to see if someone is trying to break into the firewall. Ideally, you would scan all inbound and outbound traffic. However, if you do that, it'll probably create a bottleneck because it'll take so long to do, and it would impair the overall speed of the network. So you need to try and work out that there's a particular triangle which demonstrates this quite well. However, you need usability over performance and security, and it has to be kind of decided. If you're going to be going, whole hog full security, it's going to be slower. You want it to be a bit faster and make it a bit less secure. That's a call that has to be made not by yourself, but by either the senior manager within the office, or the business, or somebody high up within the IT department. Now, a host intrusion detection system runs on individual hosts or devices on the network. It monitors the inbound and outbound packets from the device only, and it will alert the user or the administrator of the network if any suspicious activity is detected. It will take a snapshot of the existing system files and match it to a previous snapshot. If the critical system files were modified or deleted, the alert is sent to the administrator to investigate. A good example of HID's usage would be to put it on a mission-critical machine which are not expected to change their configurations at all. That would be a terminal in a data center somewhere controlling something, and you didn't want anything inside there to be modified. So this is a really basic example here of statistical anomalies. So it takes a snapshot or a benchmark, and the benchmark looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's a very basic, simple example. Data 1 comes through, that's exactly the same. Data 2 comes through, and the fourth packet in is different. It's 9 instead of 4, so it would flag that. And the third packet comes in, and the first one is different. That's a 0, it should be a 1, so that'll get flagged as well. So an IDS which is anomaly based will monitor the network traffic and compare it against an established baseline. The baseline will identify what is normal for that network and what sort of bandwidth is generally used, what protocols are used, what ports and devices generally connect to each other as well. It'll alert an administrator or a user when traffic is detected which is anomalous or significantly different to that of the baseline. The issue is that it may raise false positive alarms for legitimate use of bandwidth if the baselines are not intelligently configured, which is always a worry. So here we have a signature-based IDS, which will monitor packets on the network and compare them against a database of signatures or attributes from known malicious threats. This is similar to the way most antivirus software detects malware. The issue is that there will be a lag between the new threat being discovered in the wild and the signature for detecting that threat being applied to your IDS. During that lag time, your IDS would be unable to detect that particular threat. So noise can severely limit an IDS's effectiveness as well. Bad packets generated from software bugs, corrupt DNS data, and local packets that simply just escaped can create significantly high false alarm rates. It's not uncommon for the number of real attacks to be far below the number of false alarms. The number of real attacks is often so far below the number of false alarms that the real attacks are often missed or ignored because they think that they're false positives as well. Many attacks are geared for specific versions of software that are usually outdated. A constantly changing library of signatures is needed to mitigate the threats. Outdated signature databases can leave the IDS vulnerable to newer strategies. For signature-based IDSs, there'll be a lag between a new threat being discovered and the signature being applied to the IDS, as I said. It can't compensate for weak identification and authentication mechanisms for weaknesses in network protocols. When an attacker gains access due to a weak authentication mechanism, then the IDS can't prevent it from any kind of malpractice, purely because it doesn't see it as a threat. Encrypted packets are not processed by intrusion detection systems, therefore any encrypted packets can pretty much flow freely through the IDS. IDS software provides information based on the network addresses that is associated with the IP packets that were sent to the network. That is definitely beneficial if the network address contained the IP address that was accurate. However, if the address is not accurate and could be spoofed or faked, then it's quite pointless. So due to the nature of network intrusion detection systems and the need for them to analyze protocols as they're captured, network intrusion detection systems can be susceptible to the same protocol-based attacks that network hosts could be vulnerable to as well. Invalid data and TCP/IP stack attacks may cause a NID to crash, essentially. So avoiding the IDS. There's a number of techniques that attackers are using. That the following examples I've given here are quite simple measures which can be taken to avoid the IDS. Fragmentation. By sending fragmented packets, the attacker will be under the radar and can easily bypass detection systems' ability to detect the attack signature. And avoiding defaults as well. The TCP ports utilized by protocols doesn't always provide an indication to the protocol which is being transported. For example, an IDS may expect to detect a Trojan on port 12345. If an attacker has reconfigured it to use a different port, the IDS may not be able to detect the presence of that particular Trojan. Using any of the HTTP, DNS, HTTPS ports are always a good method. Coordinated low bandwidth attacks. Coordinate the scan among numerous attackers or agents, and allowing different ports or hosts to different attackers makes it difficult for the IDS to correlate and capture packets and deduce that the network is actually under attack or under a scan. So address spoofing and proxying. The attackers can increase the difficulty and the ability of the IDS to determine the source of the attack by using a poorly secured or incorrectly configured proxy server to bounce an attack from. If the source is spoofed and bounced by the server, then it makes it very difficult for the IDS to detect the origin of the attack. Now, finally, we have pattern change evasion. So IDSs generally rely on pattern matching to detect an attack, but by changing the data used in the attack slightly, it might be possible to evade detection. For example, an IMAP server may be vulnerable to a buffer overflow, and an IDS is able to detect the attack signature under 10 common attack tools, but by modifying the payload sent by the tool so that it doesn't resemble the data that the IDS is expecting, it may be possible to evade it completely. So you can also attack via a proxy, as I said. An example program you can use is called SocksChain. The program can use SOCKS version 405 or HTTP. It does have SSL support as well. Proxying will create a virtual channel through proxies, or in this case, many proxies. And disabling audit files and disable auditing. The first thing an intruder will probably do after gaining admin privileges is to disable auditing. NT Resource Kit's auditpool.exe is a tool that can be used to disable auditing on the command line pretty much instantly. At the end of this day, the intruder will just turn on the auditing program again, and the admin will be none the wiser. There's a number of reasons why auditing is important. These include successful attacks often are preceded by a series of unsuccessful ones. Detecting an attack in its early phase can contain the damage. Recovery often depends on realistic damage and target assessment. Auditing and intrusion detection helps determine many casual factors about people and systems that you're going to be attacking. Assessing a network compromise is dependent on auditing as well. One of the main goals of auditing is to identify the actions taken by the attacker on the network so you know what to repair. Without it, you're pretty much fighting blind. So you would clear the event logs. An intruder can easily wipe the logs in the event viewer. Event viewer on the attacker's host can open, read and clear logs of the remote machine as well. The process will clear the logs of all records, but will leave one record stating that the event log has been cleared by an attacker. The event logger service controls whether events are tracked on Windows 2000 systems. When this service is started, user actions and system resource usage events with the following event logs can be tracked. And there's only really one, to be honest. There's application logs logged by applications. Application log records logged by applications. Now, there's a great hacking tool called WinZapper. Is a tool that an attacker can use to erase event records selectively from the security log on Windows 2000. To use the program, the attacker runs winzapper.exe and marks the event record to be deleted. You then press delete events and exit, and there you go, it's disappeared. So to sum everything up, after the attacker has gained access to the system. You can't simply trust the security log. It's considered that the event logs are generally not compromised without shutting the service down by legitimate means. So WinZapper is a tool that's capable of editing it without shutting it down via Windows. Now, Evidence Eliminator is an easy to use and very powerful tool. It contains very flexible data cleansing systems for Windows PCs. I believe there's also a version out there for Linux as well. Daily usage protects you from unwanted data being permanently hidden in your PC. It cleans the recycle bin, internet cache, system files, temp folders. Evidence Eliminator is good at getting rid of things like website cookies, stored documents, even things that have been put on there maliciously like Trojans. It'll find it and it'll clean it. So there's some practical avoidance techniques. Obviously these are only implemented by black hats. It's definitely a good idea to do it if you are testing a system, because when it comes to delivering your results, it would be far better if the people you're delivering the results to were none the wiser that anything actually happened. They'd be expecting you to say, well, I couldn't get in, it was a successful attack on your behalf because you're very secure. Unlike them saying, well, I managed to get in with your user account, this is what I could see, this is the information that I stole, and this is how I got out silently without you knowing. Hello and welcome to Ethical Hacking and Penetration Testing. This is Chapter 4, Network Attacking Techniques. So the things that we're going to cover is password cracking, man-in-the-middle attacks, sniffing SSL, and remote desktop protocol attacks. Password cracking, a dictionary attack. A dictionary attack basically takes a load of pre-computed hashes and compares it to a hash that has been stolen from your machine. It then compares the user's one-way encrypted password with the one-way enciphered dictionary, and it thinks, yes, that's a match, therefore your password must be quaked, etc. This difference is, this isn't a brute force as such, this is more of an offline dictionary attack. This is a brute force attack. This is what it looks like on the server anyway. It looks pretty intense. It's also known as an exhaustive key search. It's a cryptanalytic attack that can, in theory, be used against any encrypted data. Such an attack might be used when it's not possible to take advantage of other weaknesses in an encryption system, if any exist. It would make things easier if you could brute force your way in without any kind of restrictions, but usually nowadays brute force attacks are very loud, very noisy, and the system's there to stop them. It consists of systematically checking all possible keys or passwords until the correct one is found. In the worst case, this would involve traversing the entire search space. When password guessing, this method is very fast when it's used to check all short passwords, but for longer passwords, other methods such as dictionary attacks are used because of the time a brute force search actually takes. So when key guessing, the key length is used in the cipher. It determines the practical feasibility of performing a brute force attack. With longer keys, exponentially more when key guessing, the key length is used in a cipher, which determines the practical feasibility of performing the brute force attack. With longer keys, exponentially more difficult to crack than shorter ones, a cipher key with a key length of n number of bits can be broken, in worst case, in a proportional to n amount of time, and the average time of half that. Now we have a rainbow table attack, which I can demonstrate later. This is an example where you would use AirSnort, or at least the AirSnort suite, to pick a wireless access point. You would then send disassociation packets to a particular client, and when they try and reconnect, you would capture their reassociation packets. You would then try and brute force it against a rather large word list that you would have on your machine offline. So a rainbow table is a pre-computed table for reversing cryptographic hash functions, usually for cracking password hashes. Tables are usually used in recovering plain text passwords up to a certain length, consisting of a limited set of characters. It's a practical example of space and time trade-off, using less computer processing time and more storage than a brute force attack, which calculates a hash upon every attempt, but more processing time and less storage than a simple lookup table with one entry per hash. The use of a key derivation function that employs a salt makes this attack rather infeasible, shall we say. It's only good for WEP and some very insecure WPA. In the wireless case, anyway. So phishing. Phishing is an attempt to acquire sensitive information such as usernames and passwords, and even maybe credit card details, and sometimes indirectly money as well, by masquerading as a trustworthy person in some kind of electronic communication. Communications purporting to be from popular social media websites, auction sites, banks, online payment systems, or even an IT administrator, are all commonly used to lure the unsuspecting public into giving information they wouldn't necessarily do. Everybody I know would have had an email or something in the past saying, "Hello, this is your bank. Please log in to check your password," or something. That's a phishing attack. Spear phishing is more towards kind of one particular person, but phishing is this. So phishing emails would contain a link to a website that's infected with malware. It's typically carried out by email spoofing or instant messaging, and it often directs the users to enter details at a fake website whose look and feel are almost identical to that of the legitimate one. Phishing is an example of a social engineering technique that's used to deceive users, and it also exploits the poor usability of current security technologies on websites anyway. Attempts to deal with a growing number of reported phishing incidents include legislation, user training, public awareness, and technical security measures as well. So many websites have now created secondary tools for applications, like maps for games, but they should be clearly marked as to who wrote them. You should not use the same passwords anywhere on the internet, really. Phishing is a continual threat that keeps on growing faster every day, and the risk grows even larger in social media such as Facebook, Twitter, and in MySpace, that kind of thing. And you always hear about new websites popping up every now and again. I bet one person would potentially have the same password for half, if not all, of their particular accounts. And maybe even at home as well. If they have a password on their alarm system or something like that, that could be the same as a PIN number on the bank. You never know. From a hacker's perspective, it's always worth a try. For social engineering, in the context of information security, it refers to psychological manipulation of people into performing actions or divulging confidential information. So a type of confidence trick for the purpose of information gathering, fraud, or system access. It differs from a traditional con in that it is often one of the many steps in a more complex fraud scheme. So, as I've said in the past, a good example would be you've been looking at the CEO of a particular company on their Facebook page. You realise that they're on holiday. You wait until they've been on holiday for a couple of days, and you call their PA or their receptionist and say, "I understand your boss is on holiday. I hope he's enjoying his holiday in Turkey." You know, it just proves that you know a little bit about him. He was saying that I could use his phone system for the next couple of days. Do you know his PIN number? And of course the receptionist, thinking that you are a trustworthy source, just says, yes, of course, his PIN number is probably 1234. But anyway, that's a really good example of social engineering, and I bet you it happens all the time. Very difficult to trace as well. Malware. So malware is short for malicious software. It is any source of software used to disrupt a computer operation or gather sensitive information, or even gain access to private computer systems. It can appear in the form of code, scripts, active content, and other software. So malware is a general term used to refer to a variety of forms of hostile or intrusive software. The term badware is also sometimes used and applied to both true malicious malware and unintentionally harmful software as well. So malware includes viruses, worms, trojans, ransomware, spyware, adware and scareware, as well as any other kind of malicious program. As of 2011, the majority of active malware threats were worms and trojans rather than viruses. In law, malware is sometimes known as computer contamination, as in the legal codes of several US states. Malware is often disguised or embedded in non-malicious files. So offline password cracking. This is the silent way to do things, because all the password cracking goes on your machine. Offline attacks are only possible when you have access to the password hashes. The attack is done on your own system or on a system that you have local access to. Unlike an online attack, there are no locks or nothing else to stop you. Keep on cracking until you actually find the password. The only thing that could hold you back is the limits of your computer hardware, because an offline attack takes advantage of the machine's processing power and its speed, dependent on the speed of the actual machine. So the better the processor, and nowadays even the graphical card, the GPU, the more password guessing attempts you can get per second. On my machine, I've got a couple of machines, but my main desktop, I have the latest NVIDIA card, and I use the GPU for password cracking rather than the CPU, because it's about 6 times faster. Even on a laptop, you'd be surprised which one is faster. Do a bit of googling around and try and figure out which one you believe you can use. Even Raspberry Pis, which I'm going to do a demo of later. Raspberry Pis aren't very powerful. It's only a little ARM processor, but the GPU on it is rather powerful, which makes it great for password cracking. You can even get things like a backtrack for Pi and Kali for Pi. And they pretty much do everything you want in a very small box, which is quite cool. Next, guess the password. Next time you're at somebody's PC who's logged out, why don't you click on the password hint, and I'll bet you it will say same as bank, same as eBay, or even the actual password. I never understand why Windows lets you put the actual password that you use in the password hint. It's the most unsecure way to do things. There are some Linux distributions out there that won't let you do it, but a good way to guess is see what characters you can use. If it says it must be A to Z, 0 to 9, you know that you don't have to include any special characters. Use the hint. Look for local information. You would probably also be surprised how many people put the password on a post-it note, or if they have recently joined a company and have some kind of welcome pack that tells you to shred it after you read it. I'll bet you it's sitting in the top drawer and it includes the password. Also, try the username +123. A few years ago there was a study shown, and the number one password to use was password123. The second most common password was the username +123. And I bet you're reading this now thinking, well, actually yes, I do have a couple of passwords which are very easy to use. They're part of my address, they're part of my name, they're part of my car. Just be aware that other people are very aware that the majority do use this for malicious purposes anyway. And just imagine if somebody managed to guess your internet banking password because it was your username with 123 on the end. You would feel pretty stupid, and also you'd probably lose a lot of money. Okay, so here's just going to be a little live demonstration on hacking wireless and cracking WPA keys. I've left the commands that I'm going to use across the top, just so you don't have to skip back through the video if you want to look at the individual commands. So it's going to be using the AirSnort suite and using AirMon, AeroDump, AirReplay and AirCrack. So let's get started. I'm using a little external Wi-Fi adapter for this. You can tell what chipset it is by doing an AirMon-NG. It's an Atheros AR9271. There's not very many cards out there that are compatible with this particular suite. A lot of them will read information, a lot of them won't be able to do any kind of packet injection. So choose your your wireless dongle or your wireless adapter very carefully if you are serious about doing packet injection and things, which you will need for this. So we need to start airmon, so do airmon, which I presume stands for air monitor, -ng started on WLAN 0. In fact, before that, let's just make sure it has come up as WLAN 0, which it has, it's there. So airmon -ng start WLAN 0. Okay, it's saying found 3 processes that could cause trouble. If AeroDump, AirReplay, or AirTun stop working after a short period of time, you may want to kill some of them. So we've got DH client, which is a DHCP client, Network Manager, and WP supplicant. I'm not worried about them. I've used it before with them on, so hopefully it should be absolutely fine. So let's see what we can see in the local area. Let's do an AeroDump -ng using the monitor 0 interface. You can see here in the top left hand corner it's skipping through all the wireless channels. It shows you the elapsed time, the current time and date. This list here, which is not populated yet, there we go, is showing which access points you can see. The ESSID of them, the BSSID, power, beacons, data, lots of all good information. Now, there's not many wireless networks around here, as you can tell. There's just this one, so this is what we're going to be demonstrating on. So if we just Control C that, just so we've got the information there, and we do, in fact, first of all, we can see that it's on channel 1, so what we need to do is change the channel, but I'll wait until it prompts us to do that. Okay, let's move this down so you can see the commands again. So we do an AeroDump -ng -BSSID. The BSSID is this. On the monitor 0 interface, and we can tell that it's channel 1, so -C 1. Okay, so from that we can see that there's 2 clients associated with it. One will be a phone, one will be a laptop. What we need to do, 3 clients, we need to send deauthentication packets to the network to pretty much say get off the network, and then when you re-authenticate, I'm going to capture your re-authentication packet and try and crack it as well. So let's try some AirReplay. No, we won't, sorry. Let's try changing the channel. So if we do AirReplay -ng, you want to send disassociation, that's quite difficult to say, deauthentication packets, sorry, 9, and then -A, BSSID is here, and then the client is here. We want to deauth this client, and then the -E for the ESSID 5757A. This isn't actually a Sky router, it's a little Cisco Aeronet that I've got, but usually the best way to get around people trying to crack into something is to name it so they think it's something different. Okay, and then it's on the monitor 0 interface. This is probably going to give me a warning here and it's not going to work, but let's have a look. We'll just copy, no we won't, we'll just leave that for now. In fact, sorry, we'll do this in a different window. Just so we've got that information here, should we need to use it again. Okay. Couldn't determine the current channel for mon0. You should either force the operation with -ignore -1 or apply a kernel patch. Or we could just stop airmon and start it up again on a particular channel. So if we do airmon -ng stop WLAN 0, stopped. We do airmon start WLAN 0, and it was channel 1. Done. Okay, so if we try that again, it should work. Yep, that's sending deauth packets, just what we want. And I can see from here that the laptop that we just deauthed did disassociate. So we need to capture that. We need to ensure we can capture those the reauthentication packets. So we do -dump -ng -w sky deauth minus channel 1 minus PSS ID of this. Mon0. Okay, so now we try again. Because we don't want it to disconnect completely, we just want it to deauthenticate and still be able to reauthenticate. So if we spam the gateway with deauthentication packets and it only takes 2 or 3 seconds for it to drop out and come back again, chances are it'll give up and it won't reconnect. So you have to be careful with the amount of deauth packets that you actually send. So we say we want to send 5 of them just to be sure. Okay, so we run that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It might work, it might not. Let's try it. So we'll just stop this for now, and then we'll open up another tab, and we'll use aircrack. You don't have to specify a wordless yet if you just want to make sure that it actually captured a deauth packet. You just do aircrack -ng and then the file, and then you want the cap file. Choosing first network as target, WPA, nope, nothing there. Okay, maybe we need to generate some traffic on this particular box, so let me just do a ping to Google -t, and then try again with some deauth packets. Okay, that dropped 1 packet that time, probably just because of the time to live. So let's try again. Nope, nothing. Okay. See, it's never an exact science, so we'll increase the number of deauth packets to 9 and try again. 6, 7, 8. Okay. Except I didn't capture it that time. Sorry, try again. Sky deauth. Let's name it something else. Second. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Right, let's stop it and see what it's like. Second dot cap. Is there a handshake? No, there's no handshake. Okay. What we can do is, instead of specifying a host to disconnect, we'll just disconnect them all. So we do that to make sure that we're capturing the correct place, which we are. We'll wait for it just to pick up everything else that's connected to it as well. There should be a couple more devices. There should be, like I say, a couple of laptops, a couple of phones. Okay, perfect. Time to do some deauth packets again. We'll take off the client this time. So we'll just do that, and then we'll see what happens. Let's do it again just to be sure. Okay. There we go. One handshake from 3 clients that are associated to it. 5 clients. Okay, like I say, it's not an exact science, but I'm quite pleased that it actually worked that time. So now we need to choose a word list. Kali comes with a few of them. One of them you have to unzip because it's rather large. If we have a look under user share word list, it was called rocku.tz, so you just have to unzip it, and if you want to know how many words are in there, do cat user share word list rocku, pipe it to word count minus L. So what's that? 14,344,392. Quite a lot. That's good. Okay, so we use aircrack. That command there, the cap file, minus W, and then we do user share word list rocku.txt. And there we go. We can see that it is flying through the list there, trying to figure out what the key is. It will crack it eventually, and it will have it listed here. You can get huge word lists. You can get ones that are terabytes in size. Obviously you need the associated space and computing power to do that with. There is also a cloud service which you should maybe look up. It is paid, I'm sure it's $9.99, but it's the world's largest online word list. And you just upload the cap file to it, and it will attempt to crack it for you there and then. It's quite a good service to sell. It does take quite a while, but you do pay for it, like I say, mainly just because of the amount of computing power it actually takes. So we'll stop this for now, and we'll come back later when it's actually found it. Hello and welcome to Ethical Hacking in Penetration Testing, brought to you by Eduonix. This is Chapter 5, Desktop Hacking Techniques. Now, some of the topics we're going to be covering in this chapter are security assessment of Windows, security assessment of Linux, Trojans, backdoors, viruses and worms, hacking Windows, hacking Linux, data mining techniques, post-exploitation techniques, and some malware analysis as well. So, security assessment of Windows. Some of the things you can do to help make Windows that little bit safer. Microsoft do a cracking job as it is, but there's always somebody one step ahead who's trying to undo their good work. So you can enable BitLocker. You can raise the UAC slider. It's kind of been there since Vista. You should know what that is by now. Patch everything, not just the main operating system, but all the guest software as well. Just because the OS is patched doesn't mean that there's going to be no holes in your Office applications or that kind of thing. It's a good idea to install some anti-spam and anti-malware applications. Smart Screen is fantastic, great especially if you have kids. System inventory, and do a major data backup as well. Let's have a look at some of these things. So enable BitLocker. I quite like the new features that allow removable media, both NTFS and FAT volumes, to be encrypted. You can encrypt removable drives one at a time, or if you require that all removable drives be encrypted by default as well. Encrypted removable media can be decrypted and re-encrypted on any Windows 7 computer, Windows 8 as well now I believe. Not just the one it was originally encrypted on either. So you can encrypt FAT, exFAT, sorry, no you can't. Encrypted FAT, exFAT and FAT32 media can be shared with Windows XP and Vista clients, but the encrypted data is read-only and can't be re-encrypted. So BitLocker drive encryption can be used to encrypt any volume on your hard drive, including boot, system, and even removable media such as USB keys. The rough edges from Vista are pretty much gone. You can now right-click and encrypt any volume from Windows Explorer. There are several protection methods, including combinations of the Trusted Platform Module, TPM, chip, PIN, password, and smart card. So So this is the dreaded UAC slider that everybody was talking about in Vista. So user access control, or UAC, has been significantly improved to be both less intrusive, which it was very, and smarter at distinguishing between legitimate and potentially malicious activities in Windows 7. However, depending on whether you're logged in as an administrator or a standard user, some installs of Windows 7 may have a default UAC setting that's one level lower than some experts would really recommend. Standard users have UAC security defaults to the most secure setting, whilst administrators reside a notch below the highest setting, which is potentially more risky, but I guess they should know what they're doing. Patch everything. Yeah, that's kind of exactly as it should be. So in Windows 7 default settings, the Windows Update service will be appropriately configured to download and install critical Windows operating system and Microsoft application files in a timely manner. Multiple studies have shown that Microsoft software is among the most patched software in the world. No surprise there. You know what it's like, 5 o'clock, time to go home, you go to turn your laptop off. It says, installing a million updates, please don't power off the machine. How annoying. But Windows has nothing built in to help you keep up with all the non-Microsoft patches. So install software or enable the processes to ensure that programs are patched. If not automatically, then at least get it to notify you when there are patches out there so you don't miss any important ones. So anti-spam and malware. So malware, for you guys who don't know, is short for malicious software. It includes quite a few things. So the biggest threat to client systems is the Trojan horse, which is your fake Outlook patch, your fake antivirus scanner that scams the end user into downloading and executing malicious software. As it says here, long gone are the days when you could rely on bad grammar and misspelling to point out the bad stuff. Today, even the most knowledgeable security people can be fooled. Unless you can tell the difference between good and bad software with perfect accuracy, you should install and use some up-to-date anti-spam and anti-malware software. Microsoft Security Essentials is really good for Windows 7. They've called it something else in Windows 8 now. I think it's around Windows Defender, maybe. But all the Microsoft things are really good. They'll generally give you advice as well if they don't cover a part of your system. Say you only get the firewall, you don't have an antivirus. In the little action center you get in the bottom right hand corner of your screen, it'll say this isn't protected against XYZ. Suggested action would be to download an antivirus or a firewall just to make sure you are fully protected. So this is a smart screen that I was talking about. Smart screen results in a slight but just noticeable delay when you browse the internet. Even the savvier security users may want to disable this setting, while for the most part, most users will make sure it's enabled for their own good, really. If you're running IE8, you can check by selecting the smart screen filter from the safety menu. So when you first set up IE8, one of the setup wizards asks if you want to enable the smart screen filter, which checks a local database or a Microsoft site to see if you've served websites that have been previously marked as legitimate or malicious. Smart Screen also checks for many predefined malicious behaviors such as cross-site scripting, and this is the websites that give you these really annoying pop-ups that don't give you an option to close them down. It says you must click here to do a particular action. When you do, it downloads some software without you knowing and you've been hacked. Smart Screen is good, not for those that don't like Internet Explorer, obviously, since this is a Microsoft only product. There are similar ones out there for Safari, Chrome and Firefox. I think there was one out there for Netscape as well, but I'm not sure anybody still uses that anymore. Anyway, I divulge. This is a great application. I would definitely have it enabled, especially if you have children who don't know what they're clicking on. With your standard parenting software as well, this could be a very good combination to keep the kids safe online. System inventory. How many times have you thought, Christ, this this computer is running rather slowly, and then you look in your all programs menu and you've got a little button at the top that lets you scroll up the menu because there's too many there for it to be listed on your screen. You've just installed a bit of software that you didn't uncheck something, and it installed 3 further applications on top of it that you didn't know about. You know the kind, all the toolbars you get on your browser windows, that kind of thing. So to fight this, it's called software creep. So to fight software creep, you should periodically inventory the software and services running on your system and remove what isn't needed. You can manually inspect your system or use a utility like Microsoft Autoruns, which is a free download. Autoruns will list every program and service running on your system and allow you to disable what is not needed with a click of the mouse. The best advice is to do your research before disabling anything you don't recognize, so you don't cause yourself unexplainable operational issues later after you've already forgotten what you've disabled. So over time, most systems accumulate more and more, often unnecessary programs that end up exacting a toll on the memory resources and a few other things as well. Without an active cleanup of your system, it will become slower, more prone to crashing, and stocked with additional attack vectors for bad stuff to exploit as well. You're probably not very likely to want to update something if you didn't know what it is, so even if it popped up and said, you know, this is a great new DVD editor update, you should download it, you think, I didn't install that, no, go away. Yet, you now have a DVD editor already installed, which is unpatched. Backup. The one thing nobody does, the one thing everybody should do. Back up your irreplaceable data. If the worst thing happens and your system is unrecoverable, at least your data is stored somewhere safe. It might even be an idea to keep more important data in an offline storage. If it's offline, it can't be stolen. Very true, but it could be destroyed. So if it's really that valuable, keep it in a couple of places. Like I have some very valuable pictures on my iPhone, and I have it backed up on my laptop, on a memory stick. I also periodically burn them to a DVD as well. That's not me being paranoid. I would just want to be sure that I don't want to lose the data I have. That is just for files rather than the system, but you can do a system-wide backup as well. Windows does let you do a backup, and I think it's called a new system wizard, whereby if you were to buy a new computer, you tell Windows that you're going to ditch the computer it's on. It backs up all your system settings and your files to a DVD or a USB drive. The idea being then you put it into the new machine, start it up, and you have all exactly the same system as you did previously, but a more updated system. That doesn't work incredibly well in the long run, but it's probably the only thing you can do to save things like settings and other things in the Windows operating system as well. Hello and welcome to Ethical Hacking and Penetration Testing, brought to you by Eduonix. This is Chapter 5, and we're going to be covering desktop hacking techniques. So some of the topics we're going to be covering are security assessments of Linux, Trojans, backdoors, viruses and worms, hacking Windows, hacking Linux, data mining techniques, post-exploitation techniques, and also some malware analysis. So under the security assessment of Linux, we'll be covering partitions, minimize packages, check for listening ports using SSH, lock down cron jobs, turn on SC Linux, yes, you actually are supposed to use it, turn off IPv6, and enable IP tables. Partitions. It's rather important to have different partitions to obtain higher data security in case of any disasters happening. By creating different partitions, data can be separated and grouped. When an unexpected accident occurs, only data of that partition will be damaged, while the data on other partitions may survive. Make sure you must have the following separate partitions, and ensure that third-party applications should be installed in a separate file system, usually under /opt. So do you really want all sorts of services installed? It's recommended to avoid installing unless packages are necessary for the system. This may minimize the risk that a compromise of one service may lead to a compromise of another service, and in the end, a compromise of your entire system. Find and remove or disable unwanted services from your Linux system to minimize any kind of vulnerabilities. You can use the check config command to find out what services are running on level 3. If you do a check config --list pipegrep 3:on, and once you've found out any services that you don't want running, you can disable them using check config space then the service name off. So for instance, if you didn't want named running, if you didn't want to act as a DNS server, you could just say check config named off. You can also use the RPM package manager, such as yum or apt-get, which are tools generally installed with most operating systems, to remove things from the system. So you can do, if it's yum, you can do yum-y remove and then the package name, say named, and then you can do sudo apt-get remove and then the package name again. Both ways of doing the same job, it just depends on which packaging or software management system you actually have installed in the first place. So you can check for listening ports. You can't do this in Windows, but it's not something that we generally do because the Windows firewall takes care of that kind of thing. So with the help of netstat, a particular networking command, you can view all open ports and the associated programs with it as well. As I said above, check config is the command to use to disable all services that you want to. However, one thing I should mention is that check config only gets rid of things on boot time. So if you want to disable something now, you need to go ahead and do a check config service name off and then also stop the service. So if you do a netstat -tulpn, or there is lots of shorter switches you can use, but that will give you the services, the port they're running on, and the associated application as well. It'll name it, it'll give you the PID, it'll tell you whether it's listening on TCP or UDP, that kind of thing. Netstat's a great application to use. It's got so many different switches on it to do so many different things. Just have a play with it, you can't break anything. So you can use SSH. Telnet and our login protocols use plain text and aren't encrypted in any way. SSH is a secure protocol that use encryption technology during the communication with the server. So you should never, as a good practice, you should never log on directly as root unless you really have to. You should log on as a user and then do sudo to execute commands. Sudo are specified in /etc sudoers. It can be edited by using sudo. You can add in any users you want. You can give them permission to run certain applications, but not all applications if you want to. It's a great little file. It's also recommended to change the default port 22. A great example of this is that I had a Linux box running at home. I left it on port 22. I wanted to be able to access it when I was at work, so I opened up port 22 on my router. I also had my router set up to send me emails of any intrusion attempts. The first day or so was quite quiet, but within kind of 12-14 hours, people were trying to hit the SSH box and do a brute force on the password. Well, this wasn't even just every kind of 5 or 10 minutes, this was every 2 or 3 seconds there was an attempt. So if you were to move the port from say 22 to 2022, maybe it would be less likely you'd be getting hit so many times. You can do it by opening the main SSH config file and making some of the following parameters. Changing some of the following parameters. You can permit the root login. Basically means you allow root to log in or not. You can allow particular users to log in just by doing allow user space the username, and also to make sure it uses SSH protocol 2. There should be something in there that you can uncomment or say yes to using protocol number 2. So locking down cron jobs. Cron is what's the best way to describe it? It's a timing application that allows you to run certain things at particular times. It can be particular times of the day, or it can be particular times of the month, or it can be every 5-10 minutes, every 20 seconds. So cron has its own built-in feature where it allows you to specifically run a particular job. It's controlled by these files called cron.allow and cron.deny under etc. To lock a user using cron, simply add the user's names into cron.deny, and to allow the user to run cron, add them into the cron.allow file. If you would like to disable all users from using cron, add the all line into the cron.deny file. It's a good safeguard. You don't want people messing around with cron particularly, mainly because they could set something to run months in the future and you'd never even know about it until it actually came around and it ran. So everybody's worst nightmare, SE Linux. Stands for Security Enhanced Linux. Is a compulsory access control security mechanism provided by the kernel. Disabling SE Linux means removing security mechanism from the system. You should think twice before removing it. If your system is attached to the internet and accessible from the public internet, then you should definitely think about customizing it to work to your needs rather than just disabling it. SE Linux provides 3 basic modes of operation. They are enforcing. This is the default mode, which enables and enforce the SE Linux security policy on the machine. Permissive, which in this mode SE Linux will not enforce the security policy on the system. Only warn and log actions. This mode is very useful in terms of troubleshooting SE Linux related issues. And the last one, which is everybody's favourite, is disabled. SE Linux is turned off. You can view the current status of SE Linux mode if you do a system-config-SE Linux or get enforce or even set status, SE status, sorry. They will all do pretty much exactly the same thing. So to turn on SE Linux, something everybody rarely does, you can use, as I say, SE status. And just to turn it on, you just do the set enforce, and then the mode is enforcing. IPv6. It's here, nobody understands it. However, if you're using IPv4 at home, there's no reason for you to have IPv6 running. Unless you have some IPv6 connected devices, then that would be a different story. If you're not using IPv6, then you should disable it, because most of the applications or policies not required for IPv6 protocol, and currently it doesn't require to be run on the server either. Go to your network configuration file and you should add in the following lines to disable it. So use your text editor and edit the etc sysconfig network file and add in or comment out networking underscore IPv6 equals yes and replace it with no. And the same for IPv6.init, which stands for initiate, change that to no as well, if you can. It's just an extra safeguard. Now, IP tables. It's highly recommended that you should enable the Linux firewall to secure unauthorized access from your servers. You should apply the rules in IP tables to filter incoming, outgoing, and forwarding packets. You can specify the source and destination address to allow and deny in specific UDP TCP numbers, port numbers. So saving the IP tables rule set with the service IP tables save is good if you've added commands in. It will show you the current running configuration. Whenever a system is rebooted and restarted, the IP table service and the existing rules are flushed out or reset. So you should put the rules into the etc sysconfig IP tables file and save that as well. Therefore, by default, the rules will be applied or restored in the case of IP tables being flushed. So this is how you check the status of IP tables. You do a -L to list the rules, a -N to display them in a numeric format, and a -V to give you a verbose mode. So this is telling us that the first rule, there's been 6 packets, which equal 396 bytes, and it's basically from any source to any source, any protocol in or out. what you'd be looking for is, you see this line here where you've got new TCP DPT :22, so that presume that it's going to be something that is using SSH to access the server. And at the minute it's got 0 packets here. What you want to be looking for if you were auditing something like this is for there to be hundreds of thousands of packets on a particular rule, which means IP tables is working as it should and it's dropping them. But if you're being brute forced, it should be blatantly obvious if you do this. Or if you think an application is spiraled out of control, such as DNS, DHCP, that kind of thing, and you think it's spamming out lots of packets when it shouldn't do, you just have to stick an IP tables rule in just to monitor the port. It doesn't have to do anything. It can just say, yes, this data can do exactly what it wants, and it'll just count the amount of packets related to that particular port. Really quite simple to do and quite a fantastic tool. Hello and welcome to Ethical Hacking and Penetration Testing. This is Chapter 6, Web Exploitation Techniques. So the topics we'll be covering are web application architecture, web application scanning and mapping, password attacks, web testing tools, exploiting SQL injection to full system access, exploiting blind SQL injection to full system access, exploiting RFI, local file include, file uploads, RCE, and cross-site scripting, DOS attacks, and attack countermeasures. So web application architecture. This is a very high-level example here. Each layer has to interact with the layer next to it. You have the user interface, which in turn interacts with the web server. Web server interacts with the application logic, and the application logic interacts with the database. In each layer, there are lots of different languages, lots of different standards that you can use. For instance, user interface, you can use HTML4.5, JavaScript, CSS, Ajax, jQuery, or JSON. Web server, you can use REST, HTTP verbs, IIS7, ASP.NET, and of course you have all the Linux ones as well. You have Light HTTPD and Apache. The application logic that interacts with the services can be C#, .NET, Link, or even Microsoft Web Services. As far as the database is concerned, you could use SQL, MySQL, SQLite, XML, SQL Server. There's many applications out there, and when you actually think about attacking a web application, you need to think about what's the underlying application using, what language is it using, what version is it using, that kind of thing, because that will really hold the key to not only gaining information but maybe even accessing the system, which of course will be the purpose of your testing, to see if you can gain access to a system without authorization. So before we talk about web application scanning and mapping, these are some of the tools that you can use, and the detection accuracy as well. So right way down the bottom, we have SQID, role detector, web injection scanner, that kind of thing. And as we get up the list, hopefully you'll start and recognize some of these things, like Skipfish right there at number 18, and W3F at number 8 at the very top. You have something called SQL Map, which is a great tool. It comes with Kali Linux and Backtrack as well. It's fantastic because not only does it allow you to look for servers running SQL, it's a complete takeover tool. It'll do everything for you. It will find a vulnerability, exploit it, and give you access to the system underneath as well, which is, to be honest, exactly what you want. And it'll give you information such as what code set's being run on the server, what is the server actually running, right? Is it Windows, is it Linux, is it Apache, is it Light HTTPD, that kind of thing, and what code version is being used for the application as well, what version of Java is being used, what version of .NET is being used, etc. Now here is an example of SQL Map. So basically what we're doing is it's fetching columns. It's detected that the backend database management system is using SQL 5. and it's using this particular payload here. It's already decided that the username is admin, and it's already inputting the password for you here as it says here. And basically it's fetching columns for table accounts on database OWASP 10. We'll talk about OWASP in a minute. And within here it's got 16 entries. It's got the CID, the my signature, and the password and the username as well. And as you can see also here, it's giving you it in a nice CSV file so you can export it. It's a great tool. You should have a play with it online. What you could do is you could get MySQL running on Backtrack or on Kali and use SQL map on yourself. It means you don't need multiple bits of hardware. You don't need multiple virtual machines. Just set up a couple of different user accounts on MySQL and just run SQL map against yourself. It's a great way of doing it. Now, because I don't have any live instances of SQL running at the minute, we'll just have a look on this website on exactly how SQL map works. So the first thing you do, these guys are recommending you Google a string to find the vulnerability that SQL map can use. So any of these really, if you type into Google and you get results, so potentially that website is susceptible to SQL mapping or SQL injection attacks. So you pick a site and you see if you search for a string in URL item underscore ID equals, and one of the search results shows that you get a link to this website. You just add a single quotation mark at the end of the URL to ensure that it's a single quotation mark only. And basically, if you get an error saying that there's an error with your SQL syntax, then there's a good chance it's going to be susceptible to SQL injection. It could redirect you to a different page if it's done properly, just so you don't really know if it's susceptible or not. It could just say item not found or something like that. So this is clearly running Microsoft SQL Server. So examples of SQLi errors from different database languages. This is what you get with Microsoft SQL. You'll get a server error in a root application, then unclosed quotation mark before the character string attack. So an unhanded exception occurred during the execution of the current website. Please review the stack trace for more information about the error or where it originated in the code. So exception details, blah blah blah, unclosed quotation mark before the character string attack again. So if you were using MySQL, you would get an error like this. Knowing these things only really comes with experience, to be honest. Unless you've used Microsoft SQL Server or MySQL before, obviously you can Google them as you see them. You don't know everything about everything on the internet. You don't know about certain application sets. You do have to Google it. Everybody is human. But anyway, if it was MySQL, you get these kind of errors here. If it was Oracle, you get these kind of errors. PostgreSQL, all the same here. So step number 2, list DBMS databases using SQL map, SQL injection. So you run the following command on your vulnerable website with SQL map -u, the URL --DBS. So in here you have SQL map equals name of the SQL map binary file, -u is the target URL, the -DBS is to enumerate the DBMS database. So if you have a look at the screenshot below, that's what it looks like. And here you can see that the DBMS is MySQL 5 and the vulnerable databases are as follows here. That one's blanked out, and the information schema. So the command reveals quite a few interesting bits of information. It's running Apache, MySQL 5, it's retrieved information underscore schema, and SQL dummy website. So fetch data logs to text files under user share SQL map output www. And then the URL that you're testing against. So you can have a look at both of these databases with this tool. So step number 3 is to list tables of target databases using SQL map SQL injection. Same string, except you have -d SQL dummies website minus tables, and then you get what tables are listed within there, as shown here. And of course, You want to check what's inside the user info table using SQL map SQL injection, as it probably contains usernames and passwords. So we have a look here. To list the columns on the target table, user info of SQL dummy website, you use this syntax here, and you can see all the fields within that particular table. And again, this is what it looks like: user login, user password, and the type as well. Hello and welcome to Ethical Hacking and Penetration Testing, brought to you by Eduonix. This is Chapter 6, Web Exploitation Techniques. So the topics that we're going to be covering are web testing tools, exploiting SQL injection to full system access, exploiting blind SQL, RFI, local file includes, file uploads, RC and XSS, DOS attacks, and attack countermeasures. So as far as web testing tools go, we need to look at what OWASP is. What is the OWASP Top 10? The OWASP Top 10 provides a list of the 10 most critical web application security risks at the minute. It changes all the time. The OWASP Top 10 is a powerful awareness document for application security. It represents a broad consensus about what the most critical web application security flaws are at any one time. Project members include a variety of security experts from around the world who share their expertise to produce this valuable list. I would definitely urge all companies to adopt awareness of it within their own organization and start the process of ensuring that their web applications do not contain these flaws. Adopting the OWASP Top 10 is probably the most effective first step towards changing software development culture within your organization into one that produces secure code. So for each risk, that will provide a description, an example of a vulnerability, an example of an attack, guidance on how to avoid it, and references to OWASP and other related sources. So let's have a look here. So here we have the OWASP Top 10 mobile risks. I only say mobile because a lot of the things on here are mobile related. Some of the other ones to do with servers and things are less interesting. There isn't a list for 2015 yet, but we can look at the top 10 mobile risks for 2014. So M1 is weak server-side controls. If you click on it, it will give you application spec, the exploitability factor, security weaknesses, technical impacts, and business impacts. And it gives you a lot of information on exactly what they are as well. So next one, we have insecure data storage, then we have insufficient transport layer protection, unintended data leakage, poor authorization authentication. So look at that. So the application specific here is threat agents that exploit authentication vulnerabilities typically do so through automated attacks that use available or custom-built tools. A threat against that exploit authorization vulnerabilities typically do so through automated attacks that use available or custom-built tools. I won't read all this, there's quite a lot, but you should have a look at owasp.org. So let's have a look at exploiting SQL injection to full system access. SQL is used in everything these days, it really is. It's probably Microsoft SQL and Linux, MySQL, probably the top two database tools that you can use out there at the minute. So SQL injection is a code injection technique that exploits a security vulnerability occurring in the database layer of an application. In other words, a SQL code injected in as a user input inside a query. SQL injections can manipulate data, i.e. they can delete, add, update, etc., and corrupt or delete tables of the database as well. There isn't any SQL injections that manipulate scripts though, that we know of. So let's say your PHP script that you're expecting as user input, a username and a password from the login form that are later used inside a query such as select ID from users where name equals $name and password equals $password. So this particular user input, $name and $password, or whatever he likes, for example, through input. Let's imagine you add something like this here, which is code 101 equals 1 semicolon dash dash, and then close the speech marks. The query would then look like this. Select ID from users where name equals 101 equals 1 colon dash dash and password equals password. And then, after the colon, you could add another query to make the script think that username or password actually exists. So notice that dash dash and password equals $password is a SQL comment and will then probably be ignored. Well, not probably, it will be ignored. So exploiting blind SQL injection to full system access. So what exactly is the difference between blind SQL injection and normal SQL injection? Well, in normal SQL injection, hackers rely on error messages returned from the database in order to give them some clue on how to proceed with their SQL injection attack. But with blind SQL injection, the hacker does not need to see any error message in order to run their attack on the database. And that is exactly why it's called blind SQL injection. So, even if the database error messages are turned off, a hacker can still run the blind SQL injection attack quite easily. So as an example here, let's suppose that we've got a fake example of a social media network here called mybigspace.com, and let's call it ID 1008. It's got different profiles for people just like Facebook, and each user on the site mybigspace.com has a unique ID number assigned to them that identifies their profile. And a query string is used to retrieve each individual profile. So in the URL below, the user with the ID of 1008 will be pulled up and displayed on the page. So let's say that the user ID of 1008 belongs to a user named John Doe. Here's what the URL that you used to load John Doe's profile would look like. http mybigspace.com !ID 1008. So let's assume that the user ID would be used to retrieve the user's profile details, like links to pictures, birthdays, etc. from a database. So if a user requests that the URL is here, then that query string would be used to return some SQL on the servers of mybigspace.com. That SQL could just as easily look like this. Select star from profiles where ID equals 1008. We're assuming that there's a master table called profiles, which stores all different profiles of people who are on the social networking site. So the theory is you could change 1008 to 1007, you would get somebody else. That is how things like MySpace used to be set up as well, by the way. So let's have a play around. So let's say the hacker tries to inject some SQL into the URL query string. So the hacker tries to load this URL into their browser. mybigspace.com !ID 1008 and 1 equals 1. So blind SQL injection uses simple Boolean expressions. So yes, if you load the above URL in the server of mybigspace.com running SQL, note that the SQL contains a simple Boolean expression, which of course will always return true because 1 is always equal to 1. That expression is appended to the query string in the URL. So as we say, we discussed select star from profiles where ID equals 1008 and 1 equals 1. And we said that loading the URL might result in mybigspace running the SQL above. The reason we say might is because of the fact that it depends on whether the server would allow the extra characters after the 1008 to be injected into the SQL. If the server does accept that SQL is allowed to be run, then the page that belongs to John Doe would be loaded just fine. And the hacker will know that SQL injection attack worked, which means that the site mybigspace.com is vulnerable. So blind SQL injection can be used for testing it, and then the results of the blind SQL injection can be used for an actual proper exploit, like a good hard SQL injection attack. Of course, if the server doesn't respond with John Doe's page when you load that particular bit of script, and it just returns something like page not found, then the hacker knows that the blind SQL injection is probably not possible. So let's continue with the assumption that the website is vulnerable to blind SQL injection. Now the hacker can use a more sophisticated query to gather information about the server environment. He can work his way into getting some potentially sensitive data. For instance, if the hacker wants to find out which version of MySQL the server is running, assuming that there is a running MySQL database there anyway, the hacker could try and load this URL, which has some extra SQL appended to it to see if the server is running MySQL version 5. So chances are, if mybigspace.com isn't running MySQL Server 5, then SQL string add version 1,1 equals 5 will return false because the check for equality is false. This means that the page will probably not load because the profile will not be retrieved, so the hacker knows that the version of MySQL running isn't version 5. Hello and welcome to Ethical Hacking and Penetration Testing, brought to you by Eduonix. This is Chapter 6, Web Exploitation Techniques. So the last things we need to cover are exploiting RFI, local file include, file uploads, RCE and XSS, DOS attacks, and some attack countermeasures as well. So exploiting RFI, local file include, file uploads, RCE and XSS. So they're all code executions on a web server. The code execution on the client side, such as JavaScript, which can lead to other attacks such as cross-site scripting. We'll look at some actual denial of services and some data theft manipulation. So file inclusion vulnerability is a type of vulnerability most often found on websites, on internet websites, that kind of thing. It allows an attacker to include a file, usually through a script on the web server. The vulnerability occurs due to the use of a user-supplied input without proper validation. This can lead to something as minimal as outputting the contents of the file, or more serious events such as local file include, which is similar to remote file include, which is a vulnerability, except instead of excluding remote files, only local files on the current server can be included. So the vulnerability is also due to the use of a user-supplied input without proper validation. So the serious events that could occur is that you could upload a virus with a particular file. You could even just upload a virus file and it would execute itself on the server. That's how serious it can be. You may as well give somebody direct command line access to your server. They would probably do less damage. So in PHP, the main cause is due to the use of an unvalidated external variable, such as here where we have guess, post, and cookie, that kind of thing, within a file system function. Most notable are the include and require statements. Most of the vulnerabilities can be attributed to novice programmers really not being familiar with all of the capabilities of the PHP toolset, PHP programming language. The PHP language has an allow _URL _fopen directive, which, if enabled, allows file system functions to use a URL to retrieve data from remote locations. An attacker will alter a variable that is passed to one of these functions to cause it to include malicious code from a remote source. To mitigate this vulnerability, all user input needs to be able to validate before being used. Solutions to this include filtering or validation of the passed-in path to make sure it doesn't contain any unintended characters and character patterns. However, this may require anticipating all possible problematic character combinations, which is quite time-consuming really. A safer solution is to use a predefined switch case statement to determine which file to include rather than use a URL or form parameter to dynamically generate the path in the first place. So cross-site scripting is a type of computer security vulnerability typically found in web applications. XSS enables attackers to inject client-side scripts into web pages viewed by other users. A cross-site scripting vulnerability may be used by attackers to bypass access controls, such as the same bypass access control such as the same origin policy. And if we have a look in the OWASP top 10, we can see here that cross-site scripting is at the very top. This was last revised on the 22nd of the 4th, 2014. Cross-site scripting attacks are a type of injection in which malicious scripts are injected into otherwise benign and trusted websites. XSS attacks occur when an attacker uses a web application to send malicious code, generally in the form of a browser-side script, to a different end user. Flaws that allow these attacks to succeed are quite widespread and occur anywhere a web application uses input from a user input within the output it generates without validating or encoding it. An attacker can use XSS to send malicious scripts to an unsuspecting user. The end user's browser has no way of knowing that the script shouldn't be trusted because it looks like it's come from the server, and will execute the script because it looks like it's come from a trusted source. The malicious script can access any cookies, session tokens, or other sensitive information retained by the browser and use with that site. These scripts can even rewrite the content of HTML pages as well because they're being executed on the server. And have a look here for different types of XSS flaws. You can have stores XSS, reflected XSS, or DOM-based XSS. Also have server and client side and recommendations for them as well. So have a look through that. That's the web address there. I'm sure you'll find it pretty funny. So denial of service and distributed denial of service attacks. So a DOS attack or a DDoS attack is an attempt to make a machine or network resource unavailable to its intended users. Although this means to carry out, the motives for and targets of a DOS attack vary. It generally consists of efforts to temporarily or indefinitely interrupt or suspend services of a host connected to the internet. As clarification, distributed denial of service attacks are sent by two or more persons or bots, and a denial of service attacks are sent by one person or system. As of 2014, the frequency of recognized DDoS attacks had reached an average rate of about 28 an hour. Perpetrators of DOS attacks typically target sites or services hosted on high-profile web servers such as banks, credit card payment gateways, or even root name servers. Denial of service threats are also common in businesses and are sometimes responsible for website attacks. This technique has now seen extensive use in certain games, used by server owners or disgruntled competitors on games, such as popular Minecraft servers. Increasingly, DOS attacks have been used as a form of resistance. A guy called Richard Stallman has stated that DOS is a form of internet street protests. The term is generally used relating to computer networks, but it's not just limited to this field. For example, it can also be used to reference to CPU, resource management, etc. One common method of attack involves saturating the target's machine with external connection requests, so much so that it can't respond to legitimate traffic or responds so slowly to be rendered essentially unavailable. Such attacks usually lead to a server overload. In general terms, DOS attacks are implemented by either forcing the target computers to reset or consuming its resource so that it can no longer provide the intended service, or obstructing the communication media between the intended user and the victim so that they can no longer communicate adequately. So attack countermeasures. A firewall is usually the first line of defense for any system. Obviously, they come in many shapes and sizes. Most firewalls are just set up and forgotten about. Only when there's a problem do we tend to have a look at the firewall and try and figure out how someone got in or how some data was stolen. Any decent firewall should be proactively alerting you to any repeated break-in attempts. Then, steps can be made to add rules to permanently block traffic from troublesome subnets. Otherwise, the firewall will be inspecting every packet that's going in and out of the firewall from the attacker to figure out if it's malicious or not. It's better for it to be stopped further up the chain so they can save an extra load on the box. IDSs and IPSs are also a good way of preventing countermeasures. Intrusion detection systems won't do anything apart from tell you. It would be good to have an IDS and IPS together, just so they can one can detect it, one can prevent it from happening. We can do that again just by dropping a particular subnet as far down the chain as it can, just to save extra load going through access control lists and that kind of thing. So a network monitoring team that monitor traffic going out the network, they can use any kind of program they want that adequately shows the kind of traffic, and it's up to them to look for unusual patterns and look to make sure that users are logging out at the right times, etc., and they're not still logged in kind of 10 o'clock at night. Security guards and security cameras are another fantastic form of intrusion prevention and detection. Security guards are more than cameras, because cameras can be faked. It's very difficult to fake a security guard. Chances are they'll only prevent physical attacks, but just to cover all bases, you do need to cover the physical side as well. Perimeter security, fences, dogs, that kind of thing, also very important if you want to make sure you're completely safe. There are certain guidelines about how big fences can be and what you're allowed to cover them with. Unfortunately, long gone are the days when you can put barbed wire around the top and stop you from getting in. Now, chances are that if somebody decided to try and climb over and cut themselves, it would be you who would be being sued. Hello and welcome to Ethical Hacking and Penetration Testing. This is Chapter 7, which is Wireless Network Security. So the topics we'll be covering are wireless networks introduction, standards and security solutions, Wi-Fi security threats, breaking web encryption, rogue access points and the different kinds of attacks, some wireless sniffing, as also protecting your own wireless network, whether it be business or your own network at home. So I've just got a little demonstration here of all the different wireless devices that you have in your home. A lot of people tend to overlook all the different devices and they don't really know about all the different WAN types either. So I've just kind of outlined a few of them here. So the main ones are a wireless PAN, which is a personal area network. It's basically connects devices within a relatively small area. It's generally within a person's reach. For example, both Bluetooth radio and invisible infrared lights provide wireless PANs for interconnecting a headset to a laptop, for instance. Something called Zigbee also supports WPAN applications. Wi-Fi PANs are becoming quite commonplace as of kind of 2009, 2010-ish, as equipment designers start to integrate Wi-Fi into a variety of customer electronic devices. Intel's own version of My Wi-Fi and Windows 7 virtual Wi-Fi capabilities have made Wi-Fi PAN simpler and quite easy to use and configure as well. Next we have a wireless LAN, which I'm sure we're all familiar with. Wireless LANs are often used for connecting to local resources and also connecting to the internet as well, connecting laptops, etc. to the internet. They're quite often used over small distances, using some kind of wireless distribution method, usually providing a connection through an access point for internet access. The use of spread spectrum or OFDM technologies may allow users to move around within kind of a local coverage area and still remain connected to the network. Products that use the IEEE 802.11 WLAN standards are marketed under the Wi-Fi brand name. Wi-Fi doesn't actually stand for anything. Wi-Fi is just Wi-Fi. Fixed wireless technology implements point-to-point links between computers or networks at two distant locations, often using dedicated microwave or modular laser beams over line-of-sight paths. It's often used in cities to connect networks in two or more buildings without installing a wireless link. If you think about the ticket machines in some big old-fashioned stations that have got marble floors, the buildings are listed and they can't do anything to the floor to put cables in. So you'll quite often see above the ticket office there'll be some kind of WiMAX radio sender and there'll be a receiver above the ticket machines, and they're primarily all wireless based. Wireless mesh networks is a wireless network. It's made up of radio nodes organized in a mesh topology. Each node forwards a message on behalf of other nodes. Mesh networks can kind of self-heal themselves and automatically reroute around a node that's lost power as well, so they're quite intelligent. You get a wireless MAN, MAN, which is a metropolitan area network. That's a type of wireless network that connects several LANs together on something like a university campus. You can get WiMAX, as I just mentioned. It's basically a wireless wide area network that typically covers large areas between neighbourhoods, towns, cities and suburbs, etc. The networks can be used to connect branch offices or as public internet access systems as well. The wireless connections between access points are usually point-to-point microwave links using parabolic dishes on the 2.4 GHz band, rather than omnidirectional antennas used in kind of smaller networks. A typical system contains base station gateways, access points, and wireless bridge relays. Other configurations are mesh systems where each access point is a relay as well. When combined with some kind of renewable energy systems such as photovoltaic cells or wind systems, it can be used as standalone systems. And you might often see them going down the motorway as weather stations. They quite often use point-to-point WiMAX to send and receive information. Cellular networks, example of a frequency reuse factor pattern, or kind of 1/4. A cellular network or mobile is a radio network that's distributed over land areas called cells, and each served by at least one fixed location transceiver known as a cell site or cell base station. In a cellular network, each cell kind of characteristically uses a different set of radio frequencies from all their immediate neighbours to avoid any kind of interference. When joining together, these cells provide radio coverage over a wide geographical area. It enables a large number of portable transceivers, such as mobile phones, pagers, laptops, etc., that have 3G mobiles in them anyway, to communicate with each other within fixed transceivers and telephones anywhere in the network area, really, via these base stations. Even some transceivers are moving through more than one cell during a transmission. So, although originally intended for cell phones, with the development of smartphones, cellular telephone networks routinely carry data in addition to telephone conversations as well. So the global system for mobile communications, which is GSM, is divided into three major systems: the switching system, the base station system, and the operating and support system. The cell phone connects to the base station, which then connects to the operation and support station. It then connects to the switching station, where the call is transferred where it needs to go. GSM is the most common standard and is used for the majority of cell phones, really. The PCS, the Personal Communication Service, is a radio band that can be used by mobile phones in North America and in South Asia as well. Sprint happened to be the first service to set up PCS. DAMPS is a Digital Advanced Mobile Phone Service. It's an upgrade of AMPS. It's being phased out due to advancing technology. The kind of newer GSM systems are far more reliable. In a space network, which I'd never heard of either until I researched it, a space network is used for communication between spacecraft, usually within the vicinity of Earth. And the only one example we have at the minute is owned by NASA. Now, not many people know this, but these GSM cell towers actually breathe. They tone down the gain on their radios to help them cope better with load. So say at maximum gain, if you stood in the middle of two antennas, in theory, you'd be able to communicate with both of them. And if one of them has 1,000 users on, the other one's only got 400 users on, the one with 1,000 users on may turn its radio down a bit to help give the clients that are connected to it a better service, and in doing so, it'll cut off the ones that are out on the periphery of the signal, and they will automatically switch across to the one that has less people connected to it. So they are quite intelligent when it comes to that. So here we have just a few Wi-Fi wireless standards. The convenience of wireless networks is also a massive risk to security. Wireless networks can't be contained inside your office or house like a wide network, so they're more vulnerable to a network breach. Security measures, however, make it much harder to do anything with those signals or compromise your network. So if you have a look at this list of security standards for Wi-Fi networks, we've got WEP, which is kind of a low-level security. It's easily cracked, as we'll show you later, by active or passive attacks. WP-APSK, which is compatible AP and network adapters. It's quite a high security level. It's vulnerable to password cracking and dictionary attacks. WP Enterprise security standard is very high, quite often used with radio servers. WPA2 PSK is extremely high. You can add advanced encryption systems, which could take millions of years to crack with the current technology. All very good systems to use. Chances are, if you are using something out in your business, it will be WPA2. You'd be surprised how many networks out there still use WEP, mainly because of the devices that are trying to connect to it only support WEP. Kind of old government libraries and things like that, where they don't spend money to improve systems, but they still insist on using these really old networks. Chances are there's no data going over them anyway that would be of any use to anybody, but it's good to move with the times and upgrade your technology. And if we move on to Wi-Fi security threats, one of the major Wi-Fi security threats is a man-in-the-middle connection. This can happen on wired networks as well if your network has been compromised and there's somebody set up a proxy on your network. But wireless security is just a very small aspect of computer security. Organizations may be particularly vulnerable to security breaches caused by rogue access points. If an employee who would be a trusted entity brings a wireless router and plugs it into an unsecured switch port, the entire network can be exposed to anybody within range of the signal. Similarly, if an employee adds a wireless interface to a network computer via an open USB port, they may create a breach in network security that would allow access to confidential materials. However, there are some very effective countermeasures like disabling open switch ports, etc. We will cover them later on in the chapter. So due to its availability and low cost, the use of wireless communication technology increases in domains beyond the originally intended use, which an example of is M2M communications in industrial applications. Such industrial applications have specific security requirements, hence it's important to understand the characteristics of such applications to evaluate the vulnerabilities, bearing the high risk in this context in mind. The evaluation of the vulnerabilities and the resulting vulnerability catalogs in an industrial context when considering wireless LANs and NFCs and ZigBee can be found kind of anywhere on the internet. And if you're going to be setting up your own wireless network, you should really research what kind of security you are obliged to undertake because of it. So if we have a quick look here at this diagram, it's a man-in-the-middle attack. It can be directly inline here, or it could be wirelessly if somebody has set up their laptop with the same access point name that you are trying to connect to. Your laptop is none the wiser and it connects to them instead. Now this user could well be forwarding all of its traffic straight through to the original destination anyway, but in the meantime they are looking at what you're sending and they're trying to decrypt any kind of information such as usernames, passwords, etc. that you're typing in. And if any of them are sent over plain text, then it's not going to be very difficult for them to pick them up. So be mindful of using public hotspots. I don't really use them at all, to be honest. I always use my own 3G connection wherever I can, unless of course it is kind of a verified connection and you need some kind of security token to get on there, which a lot of places are using more and more these days. Hello, welcome to Ethical Hacking and Penetration Testing. This is Chapter 7, Wireless Network Security. So the topics that we're going to be covering are breaking web encryption, rogue access points and attacks, wireless sniffing, and protecting wireless networks. So breaking web encryption. This is something quite fun to do at home. Unfortunately, we don't have any web-enabled devices here. However, I do have a bit of a tutorial on how it works. So hopefully we should all be familiar with something like Backtrack or Kali, and within there is a full S-Node suite that will allow you to do this. So if you start by opening up a shell in Kali or Backtrack, and you do an mon-ng, you do need a wireless adapter for this. If you're running it as a virtual machine and you're trying to use the internal adapter of your your laptop, that probably won't work. You need a USB adapter ported through to your virtual machine. That gets picked up as a WLAN 0 interface and not presented as just a NIT 0 interface. As you can see here, this has got a chip, the correct chipset and driver. It's quite a powerful card. You don't need one that powerful, you just need one that supports packet injection. So you've discovered that you have a WLAN 0 interface, and if you do an aerodump -ng WLAN 0, it will start running aerodump on that particular interface. And as you can see here, it will show up. There is one network in range with 2 devices connected to it. So you can see here you have the BSS ID of the network, which is just the MAC address of the router. The amount of beacons it's sent out, the amount of data, the net is nothing, the encryption types, and here are the MAC addresses that are associated with the MAC address of the base station here. So now, if you run an aerodump -ng -w to write, you want to write it to a file called web. We can see that it's running on channel 1, so we do a -c1 here, and the BSS ID of of the router basically, and then the interface you want to run it on. This ensures that you're only going to capture the information you need from that particular router and no other ones around it. So that's running in the background. You can see that there is some data here, so it is capturing data. It is writing to the particular file that we named before, just called web. So you can do some deauthentication attacks, which is basically trying to send association requests to that router, and we're hoping the router is going to reply and say, "What password do you have?" And we give them a password, and they say nope. Or hopefully, if we can deauthenticate the user who does have the password, we can capture the password being sent over the airwaves before it reaches the router. Here we have every player -3, -3 being -3 deauthentication requests to that particular router. And here you can see the ARP request being sent, so we should see the data usage on that router group as well. Here we go, data has hit 4,144 packets. Hopefully within there should be some reconnection attempts, etc., which will allow us to try and crack the web. Still going up, 30,099, perfect. So if we stop it, you can see here there is a rep-2 cap file. The cap file is what we need to be able to crack it. And if we run aircrack -ng, and then we use the web file with a particular word list. Kali and Backtrack do come with their own word lists, however I'd thoroughly recommend either creating your own. There are tools you can get to create your own, or just downloading one. And this is going to run through as many permutations as it can to try and figure out what the actual key is. And then hopefully, after a little while here, this only took 1 minute 7 seconds, it found the key. Now you may think that's all fair and well, but I don't have a device that can do that. Well, you kind of do. You can buy a device very cheaply. You can buy a Raspberry Pi. It can be used for web cracking or web capturing. You can just use your Raspberry Pi to do the initial capture in a remote location. It can be running on a battery sitting in a bag, trying to capture as many authentication keys as it can. Some people go war driving with these things, and they have GPS antennas on them, and then they'll drive around the neighborhood. They go home, they plug it into the computer, and then they'll be able to see what wireless networks they could see at what location and what the security was. And then they do another run around and do some deauthentication attacks, try and capture some caps, and then go back and put it on a more powerful machine to crack. So if we have a quick look at how we could set up a Raspberry Pi as some kind of rogue access point, which works brilliantly for acting as a proxy between a user and their intended destination for you to capture as much information as you can. So to do that, we're going to use something called Kali Linux Evil Kali Access Point. I know it sounds a bit kind of scary, but it's not really. It is just an evil access point. You can create a distribution of Kali to automatically start this. So if this is going to be the sole purpose of your Raspberry Pi, then I'd thoroughly recommend looking at the software. So the first thing that we had to do is to is to load a few services. You can use host, APD, and DNS mask. It's pretty simple to set up. DNS mask will allow you to quite easily control spoofed DNS queries. And once everything's installed, we can configure DNS mask to serve DHCP and DNS on the wireless interface, and then start the DNS mask service. So this is the config that we're going to be using here. It's nothing too complicated, to be honest. You're just editing the host APD file, the conf file. You're putting in the DHCP ranges, the interface, and the automatic address. I know it's hashed out there, but you can give somebody kind of a landing page or whatever you want. Chances are most people will have their landing page set to either Bing or Google. You can force them to go to Google. It just makes it look a bit more genuine, and it's less likely to kind of throw up any red flags on a user part anyway. Log facility varlog dnsmask.log, quite handy if you want to go back and see what you've been doing. Now, how do you get this data ashore? Well, you can use a 3G connection. If you don't want to actually connect to the access points that the user wanted to go to in the first place, because that would kind of leave a bit of an audit trail somewhere where you may not have access to delete logs, etc. Why not send them out a 3G connection? It'd be far simpler. It's surprisingly simple using the GNOME Network Manager GUI interface. You can just add a new 3G connection and go through the automated wizard to get you online. In only a couple of minutes, really. A lot of the Huawei devices are already configured to work just out of the box. So once connected, you can see the new PP01 interface pop up, as you can on the left here. It just shows it was a GSM connection, now providing you with internet access. Alternatively, the setup can be performed on a command line using VW dial. So now that we've got the WAN connection set up, you can move on to setting up the actual wireless access point itself. And I know you might think that you're going to run out of USB ports here, but if you've got one for a WLAN connector and one for a 3G connection, you'll be okay. You can use powered hubs, but obviously if this is going to be sitting in your bag, you don't want to drain too much power because it's going to be running from a battery. The new Raspberry Pi, I'm not sure if it's out yet, it does have 4 USB ports, so just be mindful of the amount of connections you need to complete the task. So the wireless access point setup, it's a real breeze using host APD. You can configure an IP for the wireless interface, you can configure IP tables for NAT, and then you can configure the host APD service to use your wireless interface to run an access point with the SSID of something like free Wi-Fi. Once the service is started, a wireless network called free Wi-Fi should just pop up, and anyone connecting to this network would be routed through your Kali box out to the internet over 3G. So what's next once you've done that? Well, you can kind of do anything you want, really. You can sniff traffic, you can use some man-in-the-middle tools like EvoGrade and SSL split. So using a live build, you can create a custom Kali Linux ISO image that will boot up into kind of a rogue access point mode. Certain elements such as the wireless and 3G interface names, which is WLAN0 and PPP0, would be pre-configured during the live build process. You can go ahead and set it up yourself, so you just have to turn on your device and it will just work. So what we tend to do is selectively spoof DNS queries and redirect users to our own phishing sites with sufficient information to make them misbelievable. So basically that would mean you've got some spoofed DNS queries in there to say, instead of going to facebook.com, it will go to the Facebook page that you are hosting, and as soon as they put their details in and send it off, they would get a reply back saying, sorry, your password's incorrect, by which time you would forward them onto the real page anyway. So the next time they put them in, it would go to real Facebook. Chances are the first time they put the password in, it wouldn't be wrong, but because it was on a page hosted on your device, you've just seen in plain text what their passwords are. Quite simple and very effective. Hello and welcome to Ethical Hacking and Penetration Testing, brought to you by Eduonix. This is Chapter 7, Wireless Network Security. We covered most of the things, and we're going to be covering wireless sniffing using Wireshark and a few ideas on how to protect wireless networks as well. So I'm sure anybody who has done anything in IT will have had a need to use Wireshark before, whether it be to look for some rogue traffic or just to see what's going on in your network. It's available for Windows and Linux, and not a lot of people know, but you can use it for wireless sniffing as well. It's formerly called Ethereal. It's free, and its software does interface with not any, but 802.11 client cards and passively captures 802.11 packets being transmitted within the wireless LAN. It's easy to install. There's instructions on the website. A problem that you'll likely run into is that Wireshark may not display any packets after starting to capture using your existing 802.11 client card, especially if you do run Windows. The issue is that many of the 802.11 cards don't support promiscuous mode. In this case, you can try turning promiscuous mode on or off from inside Wireshark, or sometimes from inside the card itself if it has its own BIOS. But you'll only see, at best, packets being sent to and from the computer running Wireshark. You won't see any other traffic across the network. It's quite a common problem. It's to stop people network sniffing, basically. It's by design. If you have trouble getting Wireshark working on an existing card, you should consider purchasing some kind of AirP cap, which is a USB-based 802.11 radio designed to work effectively with Wireshark and any of the other kind of major MON tools that come with Kali and Backtrack. It comes with drivers tuned for Wireshark specifically, and it operates really well. An external antenna is also included with the AirP cap, which increases the listening ability for the tool. For Mac users, you should be able to interface with Wireshark directly with your integrated 802.11 radio. I think they use Atheros chips, which are definitely compatible. So this is what you'll generally see when you start. So this is generally what you see when you start Wireshark looking for wireless frames. So when you're troubleshooting a wireless LAN, you can use Wireshark to capture the packets and analyze the flow of packets to see if you can spot the problem. A wireless 802.1x client on the wireless network, for example, may appear connected to the wireless network, but the user isn't able to access any network resources or get internet connectivity. After reviewing the packet trace, you can see that they are being tagged with the correct VLAN, but for some reason that they aren't getting any kind of DNS request through, then it may be that that client has their own personal DNS server set, which needs changing. Wireless packet analysis does require a good understanding of the 802.11 standard and other protocols as well. Some vendors have a habit of adding in some kind of proprietary functions in there as well that may cause a lot of confusion when you're reviewing the flow of packets. Even though it may make life difficult when troubleshooting, you should definitely concentrate on studying the packet captures to learn some details about how wireless networks work, of course. And it means that you'll need to dig into the guts of 802.11 standard as well. Wireshark does offer a lot of tutorials online as well. It is basically a glorified TCP dump for those of you who are more familiar with Linux. It's a great tool to use. It is available for Linux as well. You should definitely check it out and have a play with it. Also, any passwords and things that are being sent across the network in plain text, that use POP3, SMTP, etc., they will be displayed in here. So it's a great tool just for trying to sniff plain text things over the network. So protecting the wireless network. This doesn't just apply to the business, this applies to things at home as well. You need to think about how you could break into a wireless network, and when you start thinking about that, you can think how you protect your own network from it. So the first thing, in my opinion, is to stop broadcasting the SSID. It isn't too difficult to circulate a message around your employees to say that if they do want to use the wireless network, here is the SSID, here's the password, and here's whatever key they need to get on there, and they need to set it up manually. it stops people trying to chance their luck, really. But then again, if somebody was intent on attacking your network, they would definitely find an SSID that wasn't broadcasting, even from clients that are connected to it. They'll be able to see what the name is and attack it just as if it was broadcasting anyway. That's not so much of a protection, it's more kind of preventative. Change SSID. A lot of devices have known vulnerabilities online. For instance, if you are advertising that you have a Sky hub or a Virgin Media hub or a Linksys router, people can just do a quick Google search to see what your default admin password is, have a look to see what IP address they should be able to access the main GUI on, and before you know it, they're on the main page because you didn't change your password. It's better just to get it changed anyway, so change the default password. That's not just the wireless password, because a lot of these things have the password stamped on the back of them. You don't know who's actually seen that. It also means change the admin password for the GUI as well. There was a list released at the back end of 2009 for an ISP in the UK where it was basically a spreadsheet of SSIDs and the default passwords for the wireless keys as well. Somebody had compromised some database. I think it was Thomson, the router manufacturer, and they'd posted that on the internet. Get it changed, make it something more memorable for yourself anyway, because it's a bit of a pain to remember anyway. So use the best encryption that your devices will support. That kind of speaks for itself. The best you can use is probably something like WPA2. However, if you have an old Windows Windows XP machine running Service Pack 1, it's usually really flaky if it does work with WPA2 at all. But it's always best, instead of just saying, okay, well that doesn't work, I'll just put WEP on, do a bit of investigation on your devices and see what encryption it can actually support, and do your best to ensure that your network is as secure as possible. Because just remember, if somebody actually gets on your network, they can see exactly what you're doing. MAC filter, another good layer of defense, which means that you have, say, 5 devices that you know are going to be connecting to your network every day. You just put a MAC filter on to only allow those devices. There'll be some implicit deny rule, only allowing devices with that particular MAC address through. Another good deterrent. Chances are that they won't even get a DHCP address if they're not in the MAC filter. So disable radios outside of office hours. Not only that, but if you were to leave the house for a while, then just turn your wireless router off. I know a lot of these companies tell you to leave it on all the time for line stabilization and things, which is fair enough. If you have a separate access point, I would definitely recommend turning it off. Most Cisco managed networks give you the abilities to actually turn off the wireless network after kind of 6 o'clock at night and not bring it back online again until 7 o'clock the following morning. Check for rogue APs and wireless intruders. Again, if it's a managed network, then there will be some kind of reporting on this that will contain automatic searches for rogue access points, and also look for any wireless intruders, whether it be that they've got through the MAC filter or if they have somehow managed to get onto your management VLAN, etc. Guest network, disable or enable. It can work both ways. If you don't need it, definitely disable it. A lot of devices have it on by default, and it is possible to VLAN hop between guest networks and admin networks as well. And don't forget, on your admin network, chances are they'll be able to get to all of your servers, all of your critical infrastructure. On the guest network, the idea is they only get maybe port 80, port 443, and whatever access they need for their email. If you do actually have guests, keep it enabled. It's better to let them use a guest network than it is to use your actual office network. Use the firewall, don't disable it. Some people think that client-side firewalls are the best, which they are. They're very good. They're definitely the best kind of application-level firewall that you can get. However, the firewall on your router is important to stop attacks from external sources. They are usually quite good. They shouldn't have any degradation in performance. If they do, they'll probably tell you, but there'll be some clause there to ensure that you do get a stable service. It's usually very customizable, probably running something like IP tables, and if if it's detecting kind of constant hits from a particular IP address, like a denial of service, it will try and block it for you. A client-side or application firewall running on your laptop wouldn't necessarily do that. Disable remote access. There's usually a little box that says allow access from remote locations. It's best off to disable that. If you do need to enable it for some reason, make sure it's down to a particular MAC address or a particular IP address that's allowed through. For instance, if you want to gain access to your home network when you're at work, make sure you go to work and you do a what'smyipaddress.com, and make sure that you only allow access from that particular IP address and a port as well if you wanted to. If you do that, it goes back to point number 3 of change your default password. So if you're saying yes, you're allowed to administer this box remotely, that is another hole. It can be spoofed, so somebody else can see that. Well, it's difficult to do, but some people can see what IP addresses are allowed, and if they know what's allowed, then they can get on and try some passwords. If it's a default one, then back to square one. So change your default password. Hello and welcome to Ethical Hacking and Penetration Testing. This is Chapter 8, Metasploit. And for those of you who've never heard of Metasploit before, it's a free to download tool. It does come with many different interfaces, many graphical interfaces that you can use with it. That they are kind of more beginner level and more kind of junior security analyst level. They are really good because it does give you quite a good graphical representation of your targets and the network, etc. But if you want to get down into the nitty-gritty, you really need to use a command line, which isn't particularly easy to use. The manual for it is over 1,000 pages long. However, this will just give you a really brief taster of how it works. I mean, I could do an entire course on Metasploit, and it probably still wouldn't cover everything it does. So we're going to cover Metasploit basics, some advanced Metasploit, as well as some practical usage for it as well. So this is what we call the MSF CLI, or the Metasploit Framework command line. You can start it, or you can look at the help for it anyway by doing MSF CLI -H. And it tells you at the top here the usage for it is user bin MSF CLI, and then the particular mode you want it in as well. So this one mode you have A for advanced, which shows the available advanced options for a particular module. The same here for this auxiliary mode. You can check, which runs a check routine on all the selected modules. You can execute the selected module. Help, you're looking at a baby. DS evasion, or IDS evasion, sorry. It shows available IDS evasion options for this module. It's really good that it's got that built in, because evading IDSs does take, it's not difficult, but it does take a bit of thinking about it. And if it can do this for you, perfect. You've got all your eggs in one basket then. You would only really need Metasploit to do everything. You wouldn't need a network fuzzer or anything like that just to get you past an IDS. So here is an example of some of the commands you can run. MSF CLI, multi/handler, payload equals Windows interpreter, using a reverse TCP connection, which means the host calls back to you, and localhost equals IP execute. And then you would have auxiliary scanner, HTTP version, remote host, then the IP address, encoder, post, and then NOP execute. So one thing to note when using the MSF CLI variable, the variables are assigned using equals, and that all options are case sensitive as well, as are most things in Linux. So this is what Metasploit actually looks like, or the MSF CLI anyway. Once you've actually started it, this is what you'll get. It's a nice banner. Here at the very top you can set, if you want to load a particular module, you are loading an exploit with Samba here called the user map script. You've got the IP address of your target and the payload you want to deliver as well. And just off the screen here it has the localhost IP address as well, which is your IP address. And this is the process it goes through for the payload. It basically runs the CMD Unix reverse script, and then it starts a reverse double handle. It accepts the first client connection, accepts the second client connection, and it echoes a particular string out. I'm not quite sure what that does. It writes to both sockets, reads from both sockets, and then in the command shell You can see here it's got sending from port 4444 on this address to port 57682 on this address, this date. And then this exploit might actually give you command line to the box. It's backwards, not forwards. Sorry, here we go. So yeah, more about the actual MSF CLI. If you're not sure what option to use, you can use the -H for help. That is kind of universal for most tools and most Linux applications anyway. So here we have the MSF CLI exploit multi-samba user map script. Once it's actually kind of figured out what you're trying to do, and you haven't put the correct information in, if you run it with the O switch, it'll initialize the modules for you. It will tell you the name, such as our host, our port, what it's currently set at. So the R port here is set to 139. Both fields are required for the test because you need a target and you need a remote IP, remote port as well. And just the description, remote target address, remote port address. It's kind of, like I say, all your eggs in one basket, that's all you need. Now here, to display the payloads that are available on the current module, you need to append the letter P to the command line string, as is done at the top here. So some of the benefits of the MSF CLI is that it supports the launch of exploits and auxiliary modules at the same time. It's useful for very specific tasks. It can be tailor-made or tailor-configured anyway very easily compared to other tools. It's good for learning because it's not easy. So you need to investigate what you're doing a bit more, and you don't need to know everything about what you're doing, but it does require you to be able to use Google and find out what you don't know, which I guess is true of any IT task really. So it's convenient to use when testing or developing a new exploit, because you can run test modes on it. You can run it against boxes that aren't an actual target, and it'll give you feedback as well. The logging on this is really good. If a particular exploit doesn't work, it'll probably tell you why as well. And if there's any problems with an exploit, they should also be highlighted. It's a good tool for one-off exploitation, in that it can be run from a Jumpstart CD, or I'm sure there is actually a Metasploit framework live CD now, so you can just basically boot that live CD, and then you'll get what you need. So it's excellent if you know exactly which exploit and options you need, because it can be very quick. It can be as easy as one command line, and then you've already sent your payload into your exploit. And it's wonderful to use in scripts and basic automation as well, because it is all command line run. You can put embedded commands in any scripts that you create yourself just to get done whatever you need, really. The only drawback of the Metasploit CLI is that it's not supported quite as well as something like the MSF console. It can only handle kind of one shell at a time, making it rather impractical for client-side attacks, because you need one for the payload, one for the exploit, one for an open shell, one to send anything else down the open shell as well. It also doesn't support any of the advanced automation features that MSF console does as well, which we'll see in the next video. So this is the MSF CLI. This is one of the interfaces that's used with Metasploit. I'm sure this only came around in some of the later versions. I know MSF console has been around for years because it is better for embedding things. It wasn't as good for embedding things in scripts and things, which is why the MSF CLI is coming along, because you can inject particular strings into the MSF CLI and it will run it. You don't actually have to be in front of the console. Hello and welcome to Ethical Hacking and Penetration Testing. This is Chapter 8. This is Metasploit Advanced. We've already covered Metasploit Basics, so we've just got Advanced and Practical usage to cover. Now, as I've said before, Metasploit is a pretty big subject. There's a lot of different things in there for you to use. This really is just a snapshot. It's a tool that everybody uses, and by rights it should have its own course. It doesn't have a course, it's just got a very big manual at the minute. So let's move on. So the MSF console is probably the most popular interface to the Metasploit framework. It provides an all-in-one centralized console and allows you to efficient access to virtually all of the options available in the MSF framework. MSF console may seem quite intimidating at first, But once you learn the syntax and the commands, you'll learn to appreciate the power of utilizing a very, very powerful interface. So it's only supported way to access most of the features within MSF. It does provide a console-based interface to the framework. It does contain most features than the most kind of recent MSF graphical interfaces. It does have a full kind of redline support, tabbing, autocomplete, and command completion, that kind of thing. The execution of external commands in MSF console is also possible. So simply by running something like MSF console, you can see that it launches the console here. It gives you the version, which is the most up to date here. It gives you core 4.8 and API 1.0. It's a massive list of exploits, to be honest. There's like 1,265 exploits, 695 auxiliary and 202 post. There's 330 payloads, 32 encoders, and 8 NOPs as well. It's actually stored under user share metasploit-framework, and then MSF console after that. It's quite a good tool to use. Well, as you'll see, this is a little demo of what it does anyway. So, as always, you have the -H to see the options available to you. You can execute the console as defined. You can execute the specified resources file, output to a specific file, load the specific configuration file, specifies an additional module search path, load plugins, which you'll definitely be doing, specify a YAML file containing database settings, etc., etc. So these are the core commands. There's nothing really too out of the ordinary here. You use connect to connect to the host. If you're within the framework, you can use the backup and forward commands to kind of navigate through it. You can look at jobs by doing jobs, and you'll see what exploits or what payloads are currently running. They'll have a little ID number next to them as well, and if you want to kill a job, you can quite easily do that. So as far as tab completion goes, the MSF console is designed to be used rather fast, and one of the features that helps the goal is tab completion. With a wide array of modules available, it can be difficult to remember the exact name of the path of a particular module you wish to make use of. As with most of the shells, entering what you know and pressing tab will present you with a list of options available to you, or autocomplete the string if there's only one option. Any tab completion depends on the Ruby Redline extension, and nearly every command in the console supports tab completion. So you can use something like exploit. So you can use Windows exploit SMB MS, and what you can do, say an example of an actual exploit would be to do something like use exploit /Windows /DCE. And then you would say if there was anything in here you wanted to use, say you wanted to use all of them, you would just use, your next command would be use *ms*, which is basically a wildcard. Or if you wanted to, you just have to do *ms*, and it would execute everything in here. Most of these things pertain to different versions of Windows, so it can be a bit of a Hail Mary attack, and you can just send them all, which is quite doable. And then you would have to do set lhost, which would be set the local host, which would be your own IP address. It's not the loopback address, it's your actual network address. So in my case here, it'd be 192.168.1.5, and then you would hit show, and then show would present you with the commands that you've just entered. It would show you that it's kind of halfway complete because you've only used the exploit you want and the set localhost. So now you need to set the target. So if you type set space and then the target, in my case here, it would be this box next to me, 192.168.1.6, and then you'd set a payload, which would be set payload, and then that would be usually something under this directory here anyway. It would be kind of Windows /shell etc, etc, and then you would hit. And then once you've hit execute, you would be able to do jobs, and then jobs would show you what's currently being exploited on the box. And if you have successfully gained command shell access, it'll tell you that as well. It'll give you kind of shell 1, 2, 3, 4, and then what kind of shell it is as well. Is it via Telnet? Is it via SSH? Is it via a web browser or something like that? Either way, it'll let you know. So this is Offensive Security's main trading place. Anyway, it's kind of a Metasploit Unleashed. It does tell you exactly what you need to know without having to trudge through manual. It's got introductions, requirements, and Metasploit architecture, fundamentals, MSF CLI, console, exploits, payloads, databases, etc. Information gathering, such as port scanning. Let's have a look at port scanning. A lot of people think you have to use something like Nmap before you use Metasploit, but no, you can actually use it straight from here. So you can look at Nmap and database Nmap. You can use Nmap within MSF, which is quite handy. So you just call Nmap when you're in the MSF console, and it will kind of do it all for you. And then search port scan, and then you have your own kind of port scan auxiliary exploit here as well, which is all handy. Look at some client-side attacks. Look at some binary payloads. It seems like Metasploit is full of interesting, useful features. One of these is the ability to generate an executable from a Metasploit payload. It can be very useful in situations such as social engineering. If you can get a user to run your payload for you, there's no reason to go through the trouble of exploiting any software, which is very true. It doesn't have to be social engineering. Just wait for somebody to leave the desk, and then as soon as they're left without locking their console, you can easily just go and change something. And then again, in the future, if you have kind of control over their security features, you just bind Control or Delete or Windows L to a different key, and then as soon as they get up and press either of those things to lock the box without realizing it hasn't been done, you'll pretty much just get locked out of. They won't get locked out of their system. It'll be left open, and they'll have just left the desk without really checking, which is quite good. So if you have a look at Metasploit GUIs, there's a few different ones. There's Armitage, and there's a couple of others as well. There is actually a Metasploit one, but it is expensive. It is paid for. It's not in the community edition. I'm not sure of the exact costs, but to be honest, if you want to get down with the kids, as they say, then you should really learn how to use the actual Metasploit console and the command line side of things. So this is binary payloads. Let's have a look at one more thing before we go. Look at maintaining access, key logging. What do you know? It's got its own keyloggers, such as WARF FTPD, bit of a mouthful. So low and slow can lead to a ton of great information if you have the patience and discipline. One of the tools you can use for low and slow gathering of information is a keystroke logger with an interpreter. It's very well designed. It allows you to capture all keyboard input information without writing to anything on the disk, leaving minimal forensic footprint for investigators to follow up on later. Everything's done over the wire. Everything is kind of sent to you in real time, so you'll be able to see who's actually at their computer as well. Anyway, this is the Offensive Security Guide. There are others out there. The Wikipedia page has got all this on as well. I don't think this information is actually theirs. So please have a look, and please get using Metasploit because it's a great tool. Hello, welcome to Ethical Hacking and Penetration Testing, brought to you by Eduonix. This is the last video, Chapter 8, which is Metasploit. We've already covered basics and advanced. This is Metasploit's practical usage. So this is in reality how it all works. This is, as I've already discussed, Metasploit has many uses, and another one we'll discuss here is client-side exploits. To show the power of how MSF can be used in client-side exploits, we'll use some kind of story. So in the world of IT security, social engineering has become an increasingly used attack vector. Even though technologies are changing, one of the things that seems to stay the same is the lack of security with people. Due to that, social engineering has become a very hot topic in the world of IT security. In the first scenario, the attacker has been doing a lot of information gathering using tools such as Metasploit Framework, Maltego, and other tools to gather email addresses and information to launch social engineering client-side exploits to the victim. And then after a successful dumpster dive and scraping of emails from the web, he's gained two key pieces of information. One, they used best computers for technical services, and 2, the IT department has an email address of itdept@victim.com. So if we want to gain shell on the IT department's computers and run a keylogger to gain passwords, intel, or any other good tidbits of information, we can start off by loading up the MSF console. After we've loaded, we want to create a malicious PDF file. So as you can see at the top here, we're using exploit, Windows file format, Adobe utility print, and then set file name, best computers, upgrade, instructions.pdf. So to do that, it must appear legitimate. It must have a title that's realistic, as it does. We've learned what kind of computers to have. We're trying to imitate some kind of technical manual for them. And it also mustn't be flagged by any kind of security software. We're going to use the Adobe Reader util printf JavaScript function stack buffer overflow vulnerability. Adobe Reader is prone to stack-based buffer overflows because the application fails to perform adequate boundary checks on user-supplied data. An attacker can exploit this issue to execute arbitrary code with the privileges of the user running the application, or crash the application, denying service to legitimate users. So as I said here, we create the necessary file. We set the payload as Windows Interpreter Reverse TCP. We set the local host. We set the local port as 4455, and then you hit show options. So you've got the file name and the output path, which would be like pentest exploits, framework 3 data exploits, and then the file name, and then payload options. You've got exit function, which is exit technique, SEH thread and process. Localhost, yes, and local port is correct as well. And the target is Adobe Reader version 8.1.4, which is running Windows XP Service Pack 3. And then you hit exploit, which will create your malicious file. It will bind it to localhost. It'll bind the endpoint to localhost and the start point, and then after that, it'll create like some kind of service handler. And then you just have to put best computers upgrade instructions.pdf file, and then generate the output file of pentest exploits framework, blah blah blah, right the way through the best computers upgrade instructions.pdf, and then exploit completed, but no session created because we haven't actually sent it yet. So after that, we can see that your PDF file was created in the subdirectory where we are. So let's copy it into temp, so it's easier to locate later in our exploit. But before we send a malicious file to a victim, we need to set up a listener to capture reverse connections, which is the payload sending information back. So we use MSF console to set up a multi-handle listener here. As you can see, you've set up a reverse TCP multi-handle listener, local port, local IP address. If you're sitting behind a router, it will have to be set up as a port forward on there as well, and it started the reverse handler. Now before I said MSF CLI only supports one console. This is why you need two. So if you've set your payload, you need to set another one to listen out for it as well. And then after that, we want to send it to somebody. We just use send email, IP address, and the subject of important upgrade instructions, and then we attach the file and send it on. This can be done from command line. You can also just put it in your browser and send it that way. Either way though, they're going to get it. And as we can see here, no threat should be found. This was scanned the actual object itself, and it couldn't find anything. So now the victim's machine, or our IT department's employee, is getting in for the day. He's logging in. He's going to check his computer, check his emails. He sees an important document, and he copies it onto his desktop as he always does, so he can scan it with his favorite antivirus program, even if he didn't, and he just copied it from if he didn't copy it at all and just opened it from his email client, it would still run. So it passed with flying colours, and the IT admin is willing to open the file quickly to implement these very important upgrades. Clicking on the file opens Adobe, but shows a grayed out window that never reveals the PDF. Instead, on the attacker's machine, what's revealed is we now have shell on their computer through a malicious PDF client-side exploit. Of course, what we would otherwise be doing at this point is to move the shell to a different process, so that when they kill Adobe, you don't lose the shell, and then obtain the information, start the keylogger, and then you can continue exploiting. So here you can see what it's coming back with here. It's giving you this file, it's recording a keylogger, and then if you want to, you can just open up this key.82155.txt, and then it'll show you exactly what's in there. So it's a pretty simple way. Also, incidentally, I know it says here that's Windows Vista, but before it said Windows XP. A lot of these exploits will work in more than one operating system, so it's a good idea just to, if it says Vista, try an XP exploit, it might still work. Hello and welcome to Ethical Hacking and Penetration Testing. This is Chapter 9, Detection Evasion. So we'll be covering how to evade an IDS, obfuscation, fragmentation, encryption, and denial of service. So intrusion detection systems are becoming more and more widely deployed to supplement existing security provided by firewalls and IDSs. IDSs function in the digital world much the same way as a burglar alarm does in the physical world. Like all alarms, IDSs have weak points and flaws that can be exploited by an attacker to get around some system. Some people have even begun to pronounce the death of the IDS because of its failure to identify all attacks, frequent false positive alerts, and failure to provide a significant return on investment, because they are very expensive. Yet still, for all advances in security, all homes tend to have burglar alarms, therefore all servers should still probably have IDSs. I believe this will hold true in the digital world as well. No matter how secure the systems become, there'll always be people attempting to gain access that don't need to. For this reason IDS constantly needs to advance. When attackers try to evade an IDS, they determine the weaknesses in the design and attempt to exploit these weaknesses. Each type of IDS has different strengths and weaknesses. Network intrusion detection systems are typically designed as passive IDSs or IPSs for monitors of network traffic. This allows a single NIDS appliance to protect a great deal of systems as long as they are within the same network segment anyway. NIDs can detect attacks through one or two methods, either signature matching or abnormality detection. The signature matching method works very similarly to today's virus scanners. Each attack has a signature of how it's carried out. When that signature is witnessed on the network, on the NIDs, it generates some kind of alarm. With abnormality detection, network intrusion detection systems establish a baseline of the network traffic that's considered normal. It then alarms when the conditions are not normal. Abnormality detections are not as commonly deployed as signature-based because of the large amount of time needed to establish a baseline and their initial high rate of false positives. Evasion of abnormality detection IDSs is more a game of luck and skill because of the malicious traffic cannot exceed the abnormality threshold established for the network being monitored. Because of the limited installation base of abnormality IDSs, the rest of this section will probably reference against signature-based IDSs. As far as obfuscation goes, it's a process of manipulating data in such a way that IDS signatures won't match the packet that is passed, but the receiving data will still interpret it properly. For instance, sending a packet encoded with differently or adding extraneous null characters. An example is this string here at the top. That would not be interpreted by the IDS the same way as the second one. However, a web server would interpret both strings the same under the interpretation rules of HTTP, Hypertext Transfer Protocol. This particular example was very popular for a time, and so both NIDSs were web server vendors and are no longer fooled by the simple example. But the principle is still solid for any interpreter that allows alternate command forms. This particular method can also get both HIDs and NIDs if done correctly. HIDs are host intrusion detection systems. So here, when we have an example of fragmentation. Fragmentation is simply breaking an attack into multiple packets. Fragmentation of packets occurs normally, and the hosts are equipped to handle receiving data in multiple pieces and potentially in the wrong order. A quick example is depicted here. This example attack the packet data is broken into 4 different packets. The host at the receiving end will reassemble the fragmented packets and receive the data payload in the fragmented order. and then put all the packets together in the correct sequence using the unique packet sequence number assigned to each of these packets. But network intrusion detection systems are only going to see these parts. Each part isn't an attack packet, so the NIDs won't alert anybody. Some NIDs will reassemble packets to avoid fragmentation attacks, but not all NIDs have the processing overhead available to reassemble fragmented packets. But even if the NIDs that reassemble packets will have a physical limit as to how many it can or will reassemble. So an attacker can send a fragmented attack simultaneously and send a large amount of fragmented junk packets as well, just to try and confuse it. While the IDS is attempting to reassemble all the junk packets, the fragment attack may go through unnoticed by the IDS, or if the attacker doesn't have the resources to flood the NIDs, the attacker can also attempt to wait out the capture buffer on the NIDs. The NIDs will, as in the example here, get the first 3 packets but not the entire attack signature. And then the other ones won't be sent in the correct buffer time, so by the time it's processed these ones, try to reassemble them. It stores, no, can't reassemble it because I don't have the rest of the packets, send it through anyway. Then the attacker can continue to send the rest of the packets. Encryption. Everybody loves encryption. We all use it on a daily basis. We use it probably more than we know. A network intrusion detection system has to be able to examine the payload of every packet that crosses its path to be effective. It can be detrimental in multiple ways, the primary being encrypted network traffic. When SSL, SSH, and IPsec encrypted tunnels are established, they prevent intrusion detection systems from being able to interpret the packet's true payload. This allows an attacker to use a target security against themselves. It can be particularly deadly when the system has the same root directory for both unencrypted and encrypted HTTPS websites. It's actually the default on most Microsoft IIS systems, by the way. So the scenario is that the attacker uses any attack against HTTPS websites, such as SQL injection, buffer overflow, and directory traversals that would work on the HTTP site. But because HTTPS uses SSL to secure the network connection, the traffic is encrypted and therefore flows past the network intrusion detection system without triggering an alert. Encryption can also prevent an attacker from being detected as they do other kind of unsavory things after they have compromised the host. The SSL VPN has 2 challenges for our network intrusion detection system. First challenge is that with SSL, a VPN can attack the network because the traffic is encrypted with the NIDs and it won't detect the attack. But even if they are detected, the chances that an individual being caught are very small with the rising popularity of free internet proxies. You can effectively do it any way you want, even from internet cafes, chances are they won't ask you to put in any personally identifiable information, so you can pretty much do what you want without being caught, within reason, of course. If they really wanted to catch you, they probably could. So the latest method to avoid NIDs is to simply overload it. It can be done in many ways. The first method is to flood the unit with attacks from spoofed IP addresses, creating so many alarms that the security personnel would have a bad chance of finding the actual attacker and they'd probably just turn it off. The method does depend on security professionals not pulling the plug in light of the event, but to avoid this, the attacker could use a common attacks that the professional should be aware of when the system is patched against, so there's no actual perceived threat. The NIDs should differentiate between minor and major attacks as well, so that the situation is prevented. The second method is to flood the NIDs with traffic so that it can't possibly look at every single packet and simultaneously slip into the malicious packets and kind of inspect them instead of the spoofed packets. Most NIDs vendors have at least one device that they claim about 600 megabits per second of performance, but these high-speed solutions are very expensive. NIDs are able to process at these speeds would require an extremely large amount of coordination, compromised zombie hosts to flood these NIDs, therefore reducing the likelihood of ever being attacked by this method.
Thank you for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. If you like the video, do give us a thumbs up and share it. Also check out amazing discounts and offers on our premium courses in the description below.